Finally, basic. Honorable Professor, the ultimate University Liverpool John Moore, Muhammad Saifuddin, Muhammad Khalid, Principal Management Institute of Islamic Understanding Malaysia, or ISIM, Technologies Tentu Asal Sektor, Regulatory Facilitation, Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Zia Al-Sulfafi Ahmad Jafri, Head of School of Mathematical Sciences, CIM, Dr. Nur Zaid Fahi, Head of Business Development Unit KPIM. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to our program today. I am Nurul Akhlabi Sultan, and I am honored to be your master of ceremony for today's program. On behalf of the organizing committee, the College of Computing, Informatics and Mathematics UITM, and Institute of Islamic Understanding Malaysia. For everyone's information, this program is streamed live via KPIM official YouTube channel, full courtesy and blessings to attend this AI Islam program. Thanks for Professor to lead the honor foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, the art progress and Islam assist in navigating ethical considerations, aligning technological advancement with Islamic principles. It involves ensuring that AI respects human dignity, privacy, and accountability, fostering a balance between innovation and adherence to Islamic teachings. KPPIM is proud to host today's program that is highly discussed techniques. On that note, I would like to welcome our Professor of Technologies, Dr. Norman Masri, Dean of Research and Innovation, KPPIM UITM, to deliver his opening remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Professor Zia Al-Jumaili, University Liverpool John Moores, Dr. Sheikh Muhammad Saifuddin Sheikh Muhammad Saleh, Director of Center for Science and Environment Studies, Technologies Tengku Azrul Tengku Azhar, Director of Regulatory Facilitation, Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation MDEC, Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Zia, Usaufi Muhammad Jafri, Head of School of Mathematical Sciences, KPPIM, UITM, Dr.
UITM,
Nur Zaidi
Dr. Nur
Saki,
Zaidi
Head of
Saki,
Business.
Head of Business Development Unit, representative from Institut Kefahaman Islam Malaysia, respected guests, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and honor that I stand before you today as the representative of the assistant biological as except those rightly guided by Allah. And Allah would never discount your previous acts of faith. Surely Allah is ever great and merciful to humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, the surah itself shows us that Islam is the complete code of life, where everything we do requires proper guidance and artificial intelligence. The seminar today
in love with Quran. We have the advantage of I can understand Quran, I can read Quran, alhamdulillah. Then I was joking to him and I said, we can do something called artificial intelligence in Islam. Then he contacted me. He said, you're going to give a talk about AI in Islam. Then, oh my God, what I'm going to talk about? So I have to make it up. So I start working on that. But I called the artificial, and I said artificial intelligence Islam. He said artificial intelligence in Islam, which made me think a little bit further. So what I'm going to do today, I'm going to make it a little bit not boring, not like I'm going to make it a little bit interactive because we have some people which is they come from different disciplines. Next. Next. Hello. Okay. Oh no, come back. Come. Okay. Okay, what I'm going to talk about. This is this picture from somewhere around the world. Can anybody know where this picture comes from? Where? Al-Hamra, mashallah. Hamra, you've been there? No. This is a palace in Spain. We say in Spain, yeah? But actually it's in Andalus. Study the basic of it. Then I'll talk about human intelligence, and I'll talk about the definition of AI, and then I will talk about industrial revolution. Revolution 1, 2, 3, and then I will say the forgotten industrial revolution came from your heritage, from Islam. I'll talk about that one. And I'll talk about when it started, and we've got this two building called Al-Khawarizmi. Okay? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala want to reserve that for Islam. And we call it algorithms. What does mean algorithm? Algorithm mean Al-Khawarizmi. That's better? Okay. So what we have Al-Khawarizmi. I'll stay here. Don't worry. Okay. Is it working? I would like to work around here. So it's boring not working around. They know me very well. I like to walk around. You feel in control, you know? Okay, no, take your time. Okay, so this is better. Now we talk about the forgotten industrial revolution. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala want to reserve that for us. And then I'll talk about a little, then I will start thinking deep a lot about linking between Islam and AI and science. There is one of my friends, and every of you should look at this. He has a lot of videos online. He's Iraqi, British. He has something called Science and Islam. He comes on BBC at 7 o'clock. That means all the young people who are basically sitting at home just came from Science and Islam. Jim Al-Khalili, he is really good talking about science now. So we cannot touch it. The good thing about it, nobody have talking about AI and Islam. So it's for you guys to start thinking about AI and Islam and AI in Islam. And then we talk about the principles of what we have, the values where we can apply it to AI. And this is what I'm going to touch on today. I'll start with this Al-Andalus. Does anybody know what does mean Al-Andalus? Put your hand up. Okay. One day in our life, we used to control as Muslim our empire, Islamic empire. The values of Islam used to come from China all the way to Spain. And Spain, it was ruled by your Islamic empire for 500 years. And there is a philosopher. Muslim philosopher called Al-Hajji, Abdul Rahman Al-Hajji. He died 3 years ago. He comes from Baghdad. I come from Baghdad. I'm very proud to come from Baghdad. They said to me, they asked me, the Queen asked me when she gave me basically the OBE. She said to me, are you very clever? Are you British Iraqi or Iraqi British? I said to him, I am Iraqi, Muslim, British. I am very proud where I come from. I come from somewhere we put the principle of science and technology. I spoke to her for 20 minutes. Then I'll bring it to Abdurrahman Al-Hajji. Abdurrahman Al-Hajji lived in Spain for 50 years and he married to Spanish lady. Before he died, he said something. He said, without lawla, I'll say in Arabic, and this is what I'm pushing. I was expecting to listen to Quran in the morning. You know, this is what we do in Arabic countries. When we start, we don't start with dua, we start with Quran, small Quran. Okay, so what he said, لولا الحضارة الإسلامية لما كانت هناك الأندلس ولولا الأندلس لما كان هناك حضارة أوروبية حديثة. That means without the Islamic culture, we would never have Al-Andalus. Without Al-Andalus, we would never have what we have in Europe now in terms of science and technology. I couldn't say to him anything. When he died, now I can say to him. I say to him, without Baghdad, we will never have Al-Hadara Al-Islamiyya Al-Haditha. And this is what I'm going to start with. And without Al-Andalus, we will never have what we have at the moment. And this is what I'm going to start with. Al-Hamra. Please, everybody, it's in Andalus. It is the capital of medicine in Britain. They learn from there. Mathematics, physics, and astronomy. And I will go on to go and start. Then I will start to do the link. I'll talk a little bit about AI. Professor Ahmed told me this morning, he said, mathematician, what are they going to do? What job they can get? And my answer, I'll do it what I was doing mathematics. I wanted to become a pilot like this gentleman because my dad was a pilot. My family did not allow me. So I was accepted traditionally to do either engineering or medicine. This is all the families in Baghdad. You've got to be engineer or medicine or medical doctor. I hate this and I hate this. I want to do mathematics. Then I went to engineering and I ditched it and I went to mathematics without telling my family. When they found out, my grandmother, she said, wait a minute, all my grandchildren, either medical doctor, they give me injection when I get sick, or engineer, they build house for me. What are you going to do for me? I said, I'll calculate your money for you. But actually, I was in love with something called the philosophy of mathematics. The philosophy. And in my mind, I wanted to PhD. Why PhD? It's doctor of philosophy. PhD. It's not doctor of science. That means we study philosophy. And I was in love with something called philosophy. And I said to her, to my grandmother, so one day I will use math for medicine. She said, how can you do that? I don't know how to do it. Actually, 80% of my publication on medicine, yeah? We do medicine. What do you do as a mathematician? At the end of my lecture, I tell you what you do in mathematics. We went back to Islamic Empire. Went back to the principle of using maths and engineering and science to do what? To do technology. To serve what we call it now. If you look at the United Nations, have you heard about United Nations Sustainable Development Goals? Do you know them? The 17 of them? Look at each single of them. It's aligned to what we have in Islam. Each single of them. Check. One of them, the principles of Islam. It came from the principle of Islam. They put it, and I look at the Quran, I go, subhanAllah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent it to us, but we never used it. And by the way, I'm not that Islamic scholar, but I love the philosophy of Islam. And I come from Baghdad, and this traditionally we do this, it's in our blood. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, what is artificial intelligence? Is it new or no? Why is it so big these days? Is it Did it come from nowhere? What's going to be in the future? Is it going to kill us? Some people, they say it's going to kill us. Is it going to kill us? My goodness me. Is he doing artificial intelligence? This guy is very dangerous. He's going to create something to kill us. Let's see. Is it going to serve us? Are we going to use the principle of Islam to make what we call a robot to have principles? This is what I'm working on. Let's look at the next slide. Next slide, yeah. Okay. Conventional computing. I will look at the text. A computer does what is programmed to do. Okay. Conventional computer follow a set of well-defined instruction in order to solve a problem. We'll ask you to do this instruction, algorithm, instruction, one after the other. Okay. When equipped with appropriate tool, it can perform many tasks better or faster than a human being. You see the machine. There is a lot of things I don't need to tell you. Every day we've seen it. Every single day we've seen how a machine can be do and work. Okay. But conventional computing struggle with certain type of tasks. Is it true or not? We reached a point now, computing power starts struggling. And I'm talking about in the last 25 years. And this example, I stole it from a friend of mine. Let's go next one. And we will remind ourselves with chess. Next one, please. What is this? Professor, is that A or H? H. What do you think? H. How many people they think is H? Put your hand up. How many people they think is A? Okay. Wait, you can read English, yeah? Next one. What is this? The cat, yeah? Is it A or H? Both. As a human being, yeah, you can do it as both, yeah? But as a machine, it will struggle. And this is where artificial intelligence can differentiate. This is the point, the breaking point, where machines start winning against human being with chess. 2004? Yeah. Now, a simple machine can play against all of us with another 10 best player of chess and still win it, yeah? This is where the technology. Why is that? Because we start injecting intelligence to machines. What does mean intelligent? Next stage. Okay, what is human intelligence? Human is the most intelligent creature on the earth. People discover that now. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us that. علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. All the other creatures, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, الشياطين والإنس والجن, yeah, they are very clever. But subhanallah, when he brought Adam, yeah, and he said, pray to Adam, to the rest of the, you know what, pray to Adam. What did he say? I'm not going to pray. What is he? He's only a mud, came from mud. He said, وَعَلَّمَ الْإِنسَانَ مَا لَمْ يَعْلَمْ. And there is ayah say, وَعَلَّمَ آدَمَ الْأَسْمَاءَ كُلَّهَا وَعَرَضَهَا عَلَى الْمَلَائِكَةِ. قال أخبروني ما هذه الأسماء. ما قدروا. Subhanallah. And that intelligent. Now, if you look at the philosophy of all the engineers in the world, and they say, wait, and the medical doctors. A human is the most intelligent creature on the earth. We know that. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us that. Yeah? Okay. It is why it's intelligent. Because can learn, can reason, can receiving, and can understand of languages. What that body language, yeah? Face expression language, yeah? Language, you are speaking in a Malay, I speak Arabic, I speak English, I can speak a little Turkish, I can speak a little. So there's a lot of different languages. Yeah? Look at the brain. We used to have, I used to know somebody, Farah Aziz, he used to speak 7 languages fluently, 7, subhanAllah, 7 languages. Okay? And then, and feeling. Okay. So I will define intelligence from the Quran, the capacity to learn and solve problems. Now, that's intelligent. Then if a machine, I want to inject it with intelligence, I have to give them all these things before I can call it artificial intelligence. So do we have artificial intelligence actually? I don't think so. Not yet. Not yet. Until I reach reach the point where I can give feeling to the machine, yeah, and give the principles to the machines. And this is where they will go back to the Quran and they give the principles of what we have taught, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala taught to the machine to become a safe machine. Only 1st of November, have you heard about the big summit in Britain? Have you heard about it? Yeah? Big summit of Britain. What was the focus on that summit? It's artificial intelligence summit in Britain. They were not talking about technology. Safety. They were talking about safety. What that means, safety? That means either you bring somebody, you bring him at home, okay, your son, and give him either a good principle to become a principled person, or he become a gangster. Yeah? And that is safety. And they're talking the principle of what they are talking about is the safety. You said it's going to kill us. It's true. It's going to kill us if you leave it. I do believe myself as a dear that it will be, they will create some sort of agency, yeah, around the world, yeah, and to control AI. But believe me, they will go back to the principle of Islam. The same way when they deal with the global sustainable development goals. Yeah, 17 of them, every single of them can match it to Islam. Okay, let's follow. Next one. Okay, so this is for the people who doesn't do AI. What we do, the goal of AI is to create a system can function intelligently and independently. So if we say robots, actually, the word robot to use in medicine, it is a flaw. It's not true. Because it's only a machine can be used to assist medical doctor to do their jobs. Yeah? It doesn't have intelligence. It has to be independent. When I tried to stop them, my mentor, he's 82 years old in Birmingham, said, yeah, stop it. Why? Let them do machine. Then call it robot, and then we put intelligence to it. It's like autopilots. Autopilots, they do the job better than the pilot. I've got Captain Ibrahim here, the pilot. They do better job. But at the end of the day, they need you to press the button. All the time we have robots who will lead us when it comes to safety critical thinking. And I don't believe one day the machine will just take over, especially in the next, until 2050. All the time, the safety has to be with a critical safety system. Remember that. Okay, so the ability to solve a problem, the ability to act rationally, and at the end of the day, what they do, we have everything to do with data. And remember the word data because I'll bring it to Quran. Data, sensor images. So data, you put it to the machine, yeah? Then the cruncher using artificial intelligence or any type, of course, artificial intelligence is a branch of computer science. Computer science was created by a mathematician, and so we can do all that. But then it has to be actions, movement, and text. All these actions, it has to be independent actions, and it has to be responsible action. And this is where it comes to the safety of what we're trying to do. Next, please. Now, why now? Why is now? Is it new or old? And why is now? It is now because of 3 reasons. It could be another 4, but I'll talk about the 3 reasons. The first reason, and by the way, we've been playing around with AI in the last 120 years. No, and more than that. But I will talk to you only for the last 100 years. In the First World War, we had, and for this is for the female. Male, they think female, they cannot do engineering. Actually, in the First World War, we've got Elizabeth. She was working as she's working with one of the very rich family who want to look at Shakespeare, and they think Shakespeare have sent us messages through their for his writing. And she was working with English literature, and she was looking at patterns and trying to figure out does Shakespeare and his work have sent messages to us? They use her to break the code, which is the German they used to use in the army. That one. And the other person was Francis. After that, they got married. So they brought him, the American army, to look at all the code with the German code to see, because the German, what they do, they use code between when they talk in the army, and the code changes all the time. When they use today a code, next day they use different code, the third day, so they need to calculate it very quick. So they brought somebody to work with pattern matching, and Francis, and he was working with genome, with genetics. So when somebody working with genetics and woman working in English literature, they brought her to break the code that time. So that, did we work that before or not? And I'll talk about it in a minute. So in the Second World War, Alan Turing, do you know Alan Turing? How many people have you seen the imitation game? Yeah? You've seen Alan Turing. What happened with Alan Turing? We will talk about it in a minute. So what's happened? So why is now? Why? Because we have better algorithms, Khwarizmiyat we call them. We've been working on Khwarizmiyat in the last actually 200 years. That's what's that? 1400 years. The last 1400 years working in Khwarizmiyat. Since Al-Khwarizmi, since these two buildings called Al-Khwarizmi, working in Khwarizmiyat. Before that, what did we do? I'll talk about it in a minute. And then, so we have better Khwarizmiyat combination with better parallel computing power. That means we have a lot of computation power. When I went to study in Britain, I came from Baghdad University. In Baghdad University, we had one computer. The computer was the size of this room and the bench cards, yeah, to try to do some calculation. That size of this room became like that, the size of it. Okay? So if you put computation power, now we have so much computation power. We have like a tower can do so much computation, it's cheap. And the third thing, it is the availability of the fuel of AI, which is the data. The combination of that things in the last 10 years, everybody talk about AI. Is it going to last? By the way, I'm older than you, and I can tell you something. Every 10 years, something comes new. When I was very, very, very young, they said to me, I went to Britain in 1989. I was 21 years old to study PhD, master and PhD. My professor said to me, oh, in UCL, we managed to send one letter between machine to the other machine in 1984. It took them 3 years to send one letter. One machine, another machine. Think about it, one letter. 1992, I was working Dooms, playing Dooms. You know Dooms, the game, the old game? We were hacking a system in America we were hacking from Britain with America, with Yale University, we're playing games. So we used to play games. The professor, they come from the window and they look and they think, oh my God, these people are busy. We were playing games. And they gave us, like they said, these people, they spend 8 hours actually playing games with America. We were the first team in Britain playing the games with America. And it was, by the way, was very slow. But at the time was, big thing. But what we learned from it, we hacked the system. Hacking the system is learning. Right? So we didn't know that we were learning. And we were working with something called transducers because we needed computing power. So we used to link computer. We were playing, okay, but actually we were learning and we didn't know we were learning. By 1998, I was working in New York, okay? They gave me £500 per day doing coding because we were doing Java, if you heard about Java before. Of course you know Java. But at the time, we didn't have object-oriented programming. So that's the power. If you go, so the collection of data, all that make AI's big thing at the moment, and it's getting bigger and bigger every day. To the point, next one, please. Okay, to the point that we created a science now called data science. And I laugh when I hear data science. Actually, 1989, I went to Britain, and people, they talk about computer science. Who talk about computer science? I had 5 professors, they were talking about computer science. One of them, electronic professor, come from Newcastle. Another one, mathematician, statistician, and I had somebody who's medical doctor, but he had a statistical medicine, medical economist. Yeah. So doing stats, yeah, to work doing statistic on medicine, on medical aspect, for proving that the medicine is working or not. Okay, so or safe or not. So computer science, wow, computer science is a big thing. Now we have something called Data science. What is data science? If I say to define for me data science, what is data science? Is it like only a buzzword, or and is it science or engineering? Now, my question to you, it's boring now. I'm just talking. Is it AI, engineering or science? And what's the difference between them? Is it engineering or science? Engineering. Why? Okay, science or engineering? Both. No, we need to. Okay. Wait. All engineering science, but not all science engineering, is it? Yeah. Is it engineering or science? Professor, is it engineering or science? Tell me. What does mean engineering? The word engineering, what does it mean? Do you know why I'm saying that? Because I am now working with Baghdad, with Iraq, and I created 7 faculties in university. I call it هندسة الذكاء الاصطناعي. I call it engineering AI. You know why? Because traditionally, families, they want their kid to study engineering. They don't care about science. No, my kid has to be an engineer or has to be a medical doctor. Yeah? Your son wants to become a medical doctor. He hated it. He just left and he wanted to become a pilot. People, they wanted their kid to become something. It's like when they wanted to push me to become engineering. 2 weeks and I hated it and I left. I want to do something philosophy. And I cannot go and do philosophy because I'm not very good in Arabic at that time. I cannot write poems, so I did mathematics. Now, then I changed to science. What is the difference between science and engineering? I moved to engineering. The minute you do a design as part of your work is engineering. This is the definition. And please check that. Anything you do a design for it, engineering. When we do a development, don't we do requirement specification, then design, then implementation. And this is where, you know, we have IEEE. What do you know IEEE? Why do they accept us as computer science, you as a mathematician, to become part of their institute? Because they know you do design. Now, Professor Ahmed asked me this morning a question, and I need to answer it. What do we do with our mathematicians here? What job they can do? And I will tell you what the job. Not counting money for my grandmother, but we will do something more useful than this. So, data science, look, data science, then extracting of data. I put it on purpose because I know there is a statistician and mathematician here. They have manipulating of data. We have visualization of data, and we have maintenance. All these things, it is like driving things for people. Pilots, they use these things. Medical doctors, they use these. Yeah. Working with environment, they do these things. Predicting the weather, they do these things. Okay. So we are doing that, and this is what the data science. Next one, please. Okay. So what the human versus computer activities, and I say that for the mathematician. Yeah. And this is coming back to Islam as well in a second. So human can speak and listen, and this is speech recognition, isn't it? Speech recognition. And we said we want to create a robot like a human being, yeah? Now, a human can read and write text, language, and this is natural language processing. We should study that, don't you? A human, and most of these is statistical learning, we call them. Okay? Much of the speech recognition and are statistical based, hence it's called, I copy that. If you can, I didn't copy. If you go next, please. There is something called symbolic learning. A human can see, okay? And this is computer vision. Computer vision falls under the symbolic learning. And then human can recognize scene around through their eyes and create image of that work. This field is image processing, which is not related to directly to AI, but it's required for computer vision. And it's not related to AI. I said it in purpose. But when you build robotics, and the robotics has computer vision, then you interact with intelligence. Then now, with computer vision, we start doing the processing using AI. So the definition has changed. Now, human can understand their environment around them, and we call them robotics. If you go to the next slide, pattern recognition, and machine learning. Human has the ability to pattern recognition. Machines start having that. The human brain comprises a network of neurons, and you study that. You study through neural network, and look at between a human and hand. Next one. Okay, this is my own, actually, I wrote that, I draw this one. Maybe there's mistakes in it, so if you find mistake, let me know, please. Okay, so artificial intelligence, I got it machine learning, deep learning, and I got robotics as part of the symbolic learning, and I transferred that one to a human intelligence. Next one. Okay, what is the definition of AI then? The ability of computer system to apply intelligence of a human mind. Initially, intelligence, human behavior, and now the human behavior, and this is where the safety of AI. Then pattern recognition, or classification. We've got prediction, we've got decision making. All these, I will come back to it in a minute. I link it to how we do that in Islam. Let's go next, please. Okay, then one of the things, AI is the umbrella team that extends beyond machine learning though often used interchangeable with machine learning. We will not use it. Why we didn't use it? Because we need to do a decision making, and we need to use machine learning to take that through data. AI simulates human intelligence. Then, if we look at the data sets, and we've got sensor, and I put it in purpose. I say data set and center. Data set now coming from the cloud and edge and computing. And if we look at something like, let's go back to medicine. A disease like Alzheimer. You cannot stop it, but you can basically slow the progression of it. And what we do with it? They say, subhanallah, if you are hafid of Quran, you will never have Alzheimer. Why is that? If you are hafid of Quran, you will never have Alzheimer. Why is that? Because we are practicing the use of our neuron. Now, if you think about it, if we have cloud and we have edge computing, we can collect data about us, about our activities. Then in this case, when I look at you, yeah, after 20 years, I cannot remember you. But if I call it, we have human intelligence, and we've got, I say, digital, we have human memory. If I have digital memory, where I can collect everything, and the minute I look at you, I'm expecting after 10 years plus, every human being will have a little sensor stuck somewhere. I've got horses in Baghdad. I have sensors in them. Little device. Why? I want to, first of all, I need to make sure that they keep the blood of them, so I know when the next generation they will keep the same thing. We have dogs as well, which is for user for protection. We have sensor in them. If we lose them, then we can find them. A human being will have a little sensor. I put it there. I say it's here. I don't know why I put it there. Some people they put it there, but it will be part of our life. Will tell us. It's like, you know, like intelligent watch, yeah, or smart watch. Will tell us about these things. But we need these, and we need algorithm, Internet of Things, blockchain, advanced materials, and 3D print. All this stuff, it is coming quickly, but we are interacting them. We are link them together. Next one. And this is human-like capability of super AI. We call it super of AI because compared to what the AI definition now, we call it super AI, where we have a lot of different things. We have consciousness, we have behavior intelligence, we have subject experience, we have emotion intelligence, cognition, all desire, belief, all these things. We don't have them at the moment on machines, but we start working on them. And this is you guys, the next generation going to work on them. Next one, please. Okay, now we have a lot of application of AI. Next one. Okay, now every day, and I say it to the people who are not working with AI, every day we use AI. The minute you're looking at your iPhone in the morning and you open it with your face recognition, this is AI. 300 coordinates, 300, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, the math thing. So you have like a coordinate, and it works. Nobody can open that. Nobody can open that. And you know, the CIA in America, they took a phone about 10 years ago, an Apple, an iPhone. They tried to break the code. They couldn't break the code. While if you look at it, and this is AI. Okay, I've got a lot to send in message, recognition, music, and all that. Let's go further. Next one. Okay, so three types of artificial intelligence we've got. We've got narrow artificial intelligence, we've got artificial general intelligence, and we've got super artificial intelligence, and all of them, basically, we are progressing them. And at the end of them, the difference is going to be done with them when we have feeling, the word feeling, which is I put it in it one. Next one. Okay, the journey begins way before Islam. Now let's talk about, we talk about technical. The journey started before, way before Islam. Nabiullah Ibrahim, do you know Nabiullah Ibrahim? Do you know what's the story behind Nabiullah Ibrahim? He was Iraqi. And I say Prophet Muhammad Iraqi. People, they say, how come? And Jesus Iraqi. Because Prophet Nabiullah Ibrahim from Iraq, from Ur. And the first thing he looked at astronomy. Astronomy is the base of everything we do. He looked at Allah, looked at the sky, and he said, oh, this is the moon. The moon looks good. So he said, this is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Astaghfirullah. The moon gone, the sun came, and we got in the Quran. He said, this is Allah. The sun is gone. So where is Allah? But everybody look at the sky. So all science and technology started from astronomy. And subhanallah, they used to look at this. And if you look at the way we pray and the time of prayers, it's all controlled, subhanallah. And we do have in Baghdad and in Syria, there is a little device which has been created 1200 years ago. We can know exactly what time the prayer through that little device. I'll talk about it in a minute. Okay, so people continue to collect data, observe pattern. So all the time we collect data, but we don't know what to do with the data. Classifying the infighting relationship in data and predict decisions. Predicts decision. Predicted when is going to be the Fajr prayer. Predicted when is going to be the afternoon prayer. And predict how do they do that? In all religion and culture, people were taught principle. Listen to this one. All the religion with people who talk about principle, people talk about we're expected to make choice between good and evil. Good and evil. And this is where you say, is AI going to kill us? This way people live in. I think I'm getting them all. They have a class. Okay, thanks God for that. By the way, I talk a lot, so stop me if you feel I'm going too much. Yeah? Promise me, yeah? You tell me, yeah? Yeah. Okay, so all the time, all the religion, you have, actually, if you look at all of them, it is good and evil. And this is where the principle of AI, is it good or evil? It depends who is going to create me as a robot. I could be really an army robot killing people, or it could be somebody who's going to protect building when there is a fire can go in, so that it depends on who's creating me. Next one, please. Industrial Revolution. The journey begins. Next one, please. Okay, have you heard about Industrial Revolution? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah? What Industrial Revolution 1? The steam engine, yeah? Created in Britain, the steam engine. And the second one, electricity. Third one, computer. The fourth one is the data and decision making, AI. Okay, let me go back to Abdurrahman al-Hajji. Dr. Abdurrahman al-Hajji, he said, without Al-Andalus, without Muslim culture, we never have Al-Andalus. Without Al-Andalus, we never have the new revolution, the first revolution. How did he say that? Why did he say that? He said that because there is something called, there is first industrial revolution 1.0, yeah? The second one 2.0 or 2.0. There is one called Islamic industrial revolution, which is people they want to forget us. They forgot that. We should know. You young people have to tell the world we had something called 0.0. I call it the forgotten industrial revolution. It is 0.0. Why 0.0? Because the zero was actually created by the Indian, but who have brought it to the world? It's the Muslim Empire. In Baghdad, Al-Khawarizmi started with Al-Jabr. Let's talk about that. Let's go next one. Okay, Alan Turing and the forgotten industrial revolution. We were very, very lucky as Muslims to have something called al-Khwarizmi. Some people, they say to me, oh, there is nothing, you Muslim have not done anything. I said, just Google what does mean algorithm. In America, I challenge people. They said, what do you mean? I said, just Google it. Al-Khwarizmi algorithm come from al-Khwarizmi. Al-Khwarizmi is a Muslim, okay, scholar who have created something called algebra. Without algebra, without algorithm, we will never have the zero. Without the zero, we will never have the computer. Who created the computer? I said, we created the computer. Challenge me. They said, we cannot challenge. And who brought that is Alan Turing. What did Alan Turing do? Alan Turing, he brought the Turing machine. Let's go about a lot of things have created in the world because of the war, unfortunately. In the Second World War, yeah, they brought Alan Turing and other people. They put them in a basement under the ground, and they start working to break the Enigma code. You heard about the Enigma code? How many people heard about the Enigma code? What is the Enigma code? The Enigma code is a code in the German army. They use them to communicate, and they change it every day. By the time mathematicians sitting and working out the Enigma code, it's changed. What we need fast machine to find out this. Okay, Alan Turing, people have not heard about him until 50 years after 1945. He was a professor, but they never thought he brought the Enigma code. It's very important to watch a film called Imitation Game. Very important. What he did, he brought our Islamic algorithm back. What he did. Before his work, and this is why I call it the Alan Turing machine. If you go to Manchester, you come to Britain, you have to go and visit that machine. It's in Manchester University. Before that, his time, if you have a problem to solve, you have to create hardware to solve the problem. So this machine to solve this problem. This machine solve this problem. This machine solve this problem. When he came, he said, wait a minute. The Muslim mathematicians, when they came, they create something called algebra, an algorithm. What they did with it, before the Muslim empire started in Baghdad with their scholars, if there is a problem, they have to create equation for that problem. When algebra came and al-Khwarizmi, Muhammad al-Khwarizmi came, he looked at it and he thought, wait a minute, why don't I create algebra where one equation can solve a lot of problems? I cannot speak to you guys about this because you are familiar with it. For example, the same equation, I calculate how many tiles I need for this ceiling. I can use it to see how many tiles I need for the floor. The same equation, I can use it to calculate how much carpet I need. The same equation, I can calculate, or the same approach, yeah, I can use to calculate how much seed to put in this field. The same or similar equation I can use to see how much bait I need. So he used algorithm to have one machine and not changing the machine, changing algorithm to suit solving the machine. And this is he brought what we've got, the forgotten industrial revolution. And please talk about it, the forgotten industrial revolution. So, and this is what we have. We have 0.0. Without Baghdad, you will never have Islamic, basically, culture. Without the Islamic culture, when it comes to the philosophy of Islamic culture, we will never have Andalus. Without the Andalus, we'll never have what we have now. So you have to be very proud of what we have. But at the same time, how do we work on the next stage? And I'll tell you how. We talk about the past, but how can we use Islam for the future? We use that, they use that with the global sustainable development goals, but they use it for the safety, which is we talked about with the principle of AI. Next page. Okay, Islam brought up a new definition. What is the story? Let's go down, let's go back, let's go. Okay, Islam brought up a new definition of good and evil and beyond. And that's the most important things. Now they talk about the safety of AI. Unity, love, and peace. I say Assalamu alaikum. The first, why do I say Assalamu alaikum? When I say Assalamu alaikum to you, you feel, yeah, peace on you. I'm straight away say Assalamu alaikum and with a smile. Look at Muslim people, they smile all the time. Yeah. Data and evidence. everything we do with evidence. Look, if you look at all the prophets, yeah, you know there is messenger and there are prophets, yeah. The prophets and the messenger, you know the difference between them? Messenger, that means they have a book. Yeah? What every single messenger of God, messenger of God had something. For example, Musa, yeah, he had a stick. With a stick, he can do a lot of things. Yeah, Isa can bring people who died, can bring it. What did Prophet Muhammad have? What did he have? Quran. But with the Quran, why is Quran? Why do you think Quran? Subhanallah, I never thought I'm going to become a Muslim scholar. Why Quran? Why do you think Quran? He challenged the Arab with their evidence. In there, they used to tell poem, and the Arabic language was so strong. So he brought Quran and he started telling Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him Quran and he used the word Iqra. I cannot read. And this is where the brain talk about human intelligence. He said to him, Iqra ربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. Subhanallah, look, we are building systems. If you tell your great grandfather a piece of metal going to fly, they think we are mad. We got now airplane. When I went to Britain and I want to speak to my mom, I have to go and this red box outside Britain, I have to ring her. And if I am lucky, she's at home, then I can speak to her. After that, I have now WhatsApp to speak to her. Yeah, she makes food, I can see. Look at the technology. وَعَلَّمَ الْإِنسَانَ مَا لَمْ يَعْلَمْ. Subhanallah. اقرأ وَرَبُّكَ الْأَكْرَمُ. Then, data and evidence. Everything. Say to him, give me evidence. Al-Isra' wal-Mi'raj. Prophet Muhammad used to describe Al-Quds, what we have in Gaza, subhanallah, today. Okay? And he never seen it. People, they can, how come? Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave sharing with boundaries. You share information with boundaries, and I will speak about that in a minute. And then classification and reflection. Everything we do, he said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, with Quran, he challenged our brain. And this is artificial intelligence. Subhanallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent us Quran and evidence everything. Data collection of everything. Then predictions and risks. And we'll talk about it. Then continuous improvement and knowledge limitation. Tafsir of Quran. Every single day. Something we find in science, yeah, and engineering, you find it in Quran. And we believe that, I say to you, AI was sent to us through the Quran. People, how? I say to them, Surah Yusuf. I don't have evidence, but people have it. Do you know Surah Yusuf? In Surah Yusuf, how Surah Yusuf? سبع بقرات سمان يأكلن سبع عجاف. What that mean? You need to read about Surah Yusuf, please. The meaning of it. Yusuf, he said to the Sultan that time, look, the Sultan had a dream. And when you say Nabi, you know what does mean Nabi? Nabi mean prophet. Yeah? But in Arabic, Nabi mean tanabbu. Yatanabba mean can predict. What AI can do? Nabi can predict, subhanallah. By the way, I say it and I'm not sure about it. You need to study about Surah Yusuf. Please, I am not a scholar. But Allah, so Yusuf was in a prison. You should read about the story about Yusuf in a prison. But the Sultan had a dream that time. He said he wanted somebody to explain that dream. They brought Nabiullah Yusuf, and I have to say, which is the Prophet Yusuf, and he said, explain it. He said, you are going to, in the Quran, Sab'in Siman, that means 7 cows, which are, he dreamt with 7 cows, which basically very fat, eating 7 cows, very thin cows. They said, no, is it the other way around? Other one. they had 7 cows, which is basically the Sultan had a dream. 7 cows which are fat was eaten by 7 cows which are very thin. He said, you are going to predict. He said, you are going to have 7 years, a lot of rain, which a lot of basically wheat and all that. And after that 7 years, we will never have any rain. So basically, you've got to reserve what you have in 7 years. And he made him basically the minister of economy that time. And the story. I believe this is a message. Yeah, Tanabbu, that means predict. Nabiullah Yusuf was predicting, and it happened, and that's in the Quran. And this is where, and when we talk acknowledgement, one of the story in 1974, you know, was we had a big conference in America with, I read about it. I mean, in 1974, and people who are there in the conference, all medical doctors, and an American was talking about something. He was talking about how a human being was created, and not fun, and then it covered and all that. So the procedure, how a human being, he discovered how a human being, the procedure, and he worked on it for 10 years. And when he talked about it, he was very happy. A Muslim medical doctor said, wait, what are you talking about? We know that for 1400 years. And this is where we say continuous improvement and acknowledgement. There is no acknowledgement in the knowledge of limitation. He said, we have a note for 1400 years. People laugh. What do you mean? Say, wait a minute, I've got Quran. He took it, and we have ayah in the Quran. The procedure of how a human being being created. That professor became Muslim. Read about that story. That means in the Quran there are messages which have not received. We have not explained it yet. We just learn about it. And Surah Yusuf is one of the things. Next one, please. Okay, unity, love, and peace. Let's carry on. Okay, unity. Okay, before Islam there were 2 strong powers. Look at this one. 2 strong empires. The Roman Empire and the Persian Empire, and they used to fight all the time. And one of the key battles was Edessa. I don't know what they call it in Arabic. Edessa. It happened in Iraq actually. And then where the Roman beaten the Persian, this was predicted in Islam. Actually, it was in the Quran, and then it happened. Okay, it said غلبت الروم في أدنى الأرض وهم من بعد غلبهم سيغلبون. Subhanallah. It was in the Quran. Prophet Muhammad told us all about it. 400 years later, it happened. And this is what happened. Or 200 years later, 200 after Islam. Islam emerged at the time of tribal wars with no unity between tribe in the Arab area. I say unity, love, and peace. Okay? Then what happened? The tribes, you know, that different tribes, yeah, had some value within each tribe. They used to fight, but they used to have values. And the values, this is where we are looking for when we created robots. They have to have values. So the Arab, they used to fight between them, but they had values. And this is where they say, إِنَّمَا بُعُثْتِ لِأُتْمِمْ مَكَارِمِ الْأَخْلَاقِ. Prophet Muhammad, he said, you have values, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala brought me to complete these values. That means when they want to create something intelligent, they should look at the values where the Quran sent it to us. Now, another thing, Islam called for peace and not starting war. We don't like wars. All the time they say Muslims are terrorists and all that. It's not true. In the Quran, every time I meet you, I smile and say Assalamu alaikum, don't I? Okay? وَلَا تُقَاتِلُوهُمْ عِنْدَ الْمَسْجِدِ الْحَرَامِ حَتَّى يُقَاتِلُوكُمْ فِيهِ. If they don't fight, it's fine. But if they try to fight, you've got to protect yourself. And this is what happened I'm sorry to say, in Gaza. People try to protect themselves. People they talk about equality and this is terrorism. You can go to kick out from your home. What are you going to do? You say to them, oh yeah, take my home. This doesn't accept. We don't accept it. And I'm talking about this is the values of. If they talk about United Nations, they should listen to the values of what we have to do. You cannot kick people out of your. And if you come to take my house, I will fight for it. This is, and we call it shaheed when you die for fighting. encouraging value, encouraging, okay, courage rather than oppression. فَإِنْ انْتَهُوا فَإِنَّ اللَّهُ غَفُورٌ رَحِيمٌ. So if somebody tried to fight with you, and after that they said, okay, let's stop. Allahu Ghafurur Rahim. Stop. Peace is important. And this is the value of, if you want to create something which doesn't kill us. Next one. Okay. Islam is sure of inclusivity, accepting all the previous culture. We have accepted all previous culture. If you look at the Andalus, do you remember I said to you Al-Hamra, Qasr Al-Hamra? Do you know who was working there? Why it became one of the super cities there? We accepted all the culture there. We had like people, and if we go back to Baghdad, have you heard about Baghdad? Baghdad was the center of education in the world, and I'll talk about that in a second. And accepted all the culture. Look, we come from different culture. What is unite us? Humanities and Islam. Humanities before Islam. Okay? I respect you as and we cannot basically do anything against you because you are part of this is akhlaq of Islam. So Islam emerged as peaceful religion and accepted all previous culture, all the culture, and learned from all culture. And I give you a proof. Though the Islamic golden age have witnessed war, but the religion itself was against war. We like peace. Islam like peace. The Quran encouraged exchange of knowledge between different cultures. Moreover, it ensured equality among individual and community. And this is where I'm going to answer you. Where do you find jobs? وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلَ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلَ لِتُعَارَفُوا إِنَّ أَكْرَمَكُمْ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ أَتْقَاكُمْ. What's the difference between me and you? Nothing. وَجَعَلْنَاكُمْ شُعُوبًا وَقَبَائِلَ. That means we are from different culture, from different race. Okay? You are better than me in only one thing. If you have more taqwa than me, or have more iman than me. All of us Muslims. How many you have? I just stopped. Will you give me 15 minutes? You cannot say no, can you? Okay. I am. By the way, why do I? Because people, when I look at people, I can see, and this is why. Okay, let me talk about it. And that means iman is the most important thing between us. Carry on, please. Carry on. Okay. Now we're talking about unity, science, exchange of knowledge. House of Wisdom in Baghdad. Have you heard about House of Wisdom before? You have not heard it. Let me just talk about House of Wisdom a little bit. This is where Islam came. With this, one of the Khalifa said, wait a minute, let's learn from something. And then facility and knowledge exchange hosted emerging of the first algorithm by Al-Khwarizmi. In Baghdad, where I come from, where this gentleman came from, we are very proud to say it was the first research center in the world, built by Muslims. In the research center, they had Muslims from everywhere in the world. Al-Khwarizmi, he's not Arab. Actually, he's Persian. We have people from Malaysia, people from India. What they done there? House of Wisdom. In House of Wisdom, they cricket. By the way, the House of Wisdom is still up there now in Iraq and try to push it back. And this is why we have a lot of problems in Iraq, because Iraq is the center of. Do you know you have to be very proud of your culture from Islamic culture? Do you know the first research centers in the whole world was in Baghdad and it was in Muslim? Do you know that the first library in the world, it was in Baghdad? People that time in the Khalifa, that's me, the Sultan, like here, they used to bring a book for him. Yeah, he will weigh it for gold and give it to you. So what did they do? And this is where your people done. What they done? They translated every single subject area to Arabic. So maths to Arabic, and they brought math from where? From the Chinese, from the Egyptian, from the Greek, from the Persians, okay, from the Roman Empire. They put them together and they thought, okay, where is the base of mathematics? Then after that, the same of the chemistry. Then so they put the basis of it. So where you reached, then they put the basis of it. And if you want to study, and they put the first two research center. One in astronomy. Remember, Nabiullah Ibrahim in astronomy. And then one in medicine. And they start publishing everything in Arabic. You want to learn? You have to learn Arabic. Do you know we are very proud to say you became Muslim because of course the trade. But if you look at Kazan, try to search something called Kazan or Tatarstan. The Sultan there, the emperor there, he was very rich in Russia, and he wanted to know about astronomy. They brought somebody there, and they said, if you want to learn about astronomy, you have to learn about the philosophy of Quran, or the philosophy of Islam. And he became Muslim. Now in Tatarstan, we have Muslim country. Okay, carry on. Okay, and this is the Islamic golden age where everything created. Do you know? We have evidence now. I've got 10 books. I discovered 10 books in Baghdad. I'm working now. That actually it's going to change the things we are thinking about in terms of science and technology, and especially in mathematics and astronomy. By the way, 80% of the name of the stars come from Arabic. Look at it, 80%, because that means 80% of the star was discovered by the Muslim. When I say Arab, we call Muslim, I say the word Arab, that means the Arabic, they were talking Arabic at the time as a science language. Not because they come from different, all the people in Baghdad, they came from different culture. Let's go. Oh, okay. Excuse me, just click one by one. This is an evidence that data science actually not in you. It was created in Baghdad. Just go, please. Click one. Yeah. Look at what 1 times 8 plus 1. Next one. Next one. Next one. And look at the pattern. Next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. Stop. Can you see this? Can you find out what they are? Look at it. The first one, 9. No. Go back. Yeah, next one. Okay, next one. That's one. Yeah. Sorry, you are cleverer than me. Next one. Click. 9. Click. 9, 8. Click. 9, 8, 7. Click. Isn't that amazing? I can show you 100 examples of that. They were playing with data that time. Isn't that data? Is that pattern matching or not? Go. And by the way, do you know when you see some of the films and they use the zajal, they use the bird to send messages, and in the bird, do you know that thing is coded? You know the message is coded and coded from Quran. You know that? Look at that. Okay, go. Yeah, carry on. That was discovered by your people, by Muslim people. Okay, they talk about patterns matching. This is pattern matching. Okay, carry on. Okay, so knowledge focus in Islam. It is our up now is knowledge focus in Islam. Okay, since the emergence of Islam, focus on seeking knowledge. Iqra, the first thing, Iqra, that means read. The first thing is Iqra. I challenge any religion, they say first thing is read. اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. He gave you more than things. Then what happened? The first ayah of the Quran, اقرأ باسم ربك. Then Prophet Muhammad, what did he say? اطلب العلم من المهد إلى اللحد. There is no age of learning. From the mahd, that means when you born until you die, you have to learn. So knowledge-based religion. Remember that. People, they think Islam, it is not modern. Islam is modern. And I challenge anybody with it. Let's go down. Let's go back. Okay. Diversity of that emerging knowledge. The Islam Golden Age opened doors for diversity. Everybody coming from all over the world. That American professor in 1974 became Muslim because of knowledge. We told him, no, you got that. Carry on. Okay. This is I'm very proud of these people. All of them, they have something which is what we need now. They have philosopher. All of them philosopher. So I start Al-Khwarizmi, father of Al-Jabra. Ibn Rushd, philosopher, physicist, and judge. Omar Al-Khayyam, mathematician, philosopher. He's Muslim. And he speaks Arabic, but he's Persian. We don't care he's Persian. لا فرق بين عجمي وعربي إلا بالتقوى. Okay? Ibn al-Haytham, he created actually for us a camera which is you take photos. He created for us. Then Al-Farabi, philosopher. Thabit bin Qurra, mathematician. Ibn Sina, philosopher and medical doctors. Philosopher and medicine. Why? Because us as a robots, yeah, we are as a robot, we need the philosophy behind it for the feeling. Yeah, you need to understand the mechanism behind it. Then Al-Razi, Jabir bin Hayyan, Ibn Battuta. Ibn Battuta, they call me Ibn Battuta because I travel a lot, but Ibn Battuta have traveled the world. And you know when he goes everywhere, yeah, when there's a problem, they bring Ibn Battuta. Why? Because he has values of Islam. They bring him in countries as a judge because he used the value of Islam for judgment. Come on, carry on. Okay, now let go. Okay, let's go. Carry on. Because each of them, I thought I have time, but okay, and all of them got a lot of books. Okay, go. All their books has philosophy. They are philosophy. Coming to Nabiullah Ibrahim when he talked about astronomy. Okay, carry on. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, carry on. Robot evidence in Islam. Carry on. Do you think robots? Who created robots? We created robots, and I've got evidence. Okay, robots are okay. Something mechanical used for for labor in many fields, including medicine and other. Not a new concept. Okay. Da Vinci has made sketches of this one, used for work. Okay, robot uses you put it on a human being. It's like now we have the machine to assist people. Okay, yet was Da Vinci the first sketches? It is the first sketches. Let's go back. Let's go one more. Okay. Okay. Someone Jazra. Ibn Jazra. Al-Jazari, he is a Muslim. He was an engineer, mathematician, engineer. He used to do a lot of mathematics. He invented a musical robot band, a group of 4 musicians that perform on a floating stage. The band was part of a large water-driven automated known as elephant clock, and you can check the elephant clock. There is something called 1001 innovation. Have you heard about 1001 Islamic innovation? Have you heard about it? If you have not heard about it, there is a story in Baghdad called 1001 Arabian Night. If you heard about it, there is a guy, my friend, actually from Manchester. He created something called 1001 Islamic innovation. You've got to read about it. You've got to look at it, please. And it's written in 32 languages, even in Malay. You can look at it. And he was talking about, so Al-Jazri musical robot hand, okay, he was to mimic the movement of a human musician. So we were talking about robot at that time. Carry on. Okay, no, before that, sorry. And this one, okay, the Muslim, okay. So if you about Sophia, which is being given the passport by the Saudi Arabian people, actually was based on Al-Jazri's work. Okay, and if you carry on, okay, and there is a book about it, so it's been reserved for us. So there is a book about it. If you can carry on, building and sharing data with boundaries, information. Okay, now let me do this one. Data set. No, go back. Okay, data set at the front end of Islam. كل شيء مردود إلى الكتاب والسنة وكل حديث لا يوافق كتاب الله فهو سفر. What that mean? That means everything has to have something behind it. And when we talk about the clean data, you cannot work with any data. It has to be clean data. That means data has evidence. And this is what it says in the Quran. Okay. And at the same time, we say descriptive statistics has been highlighted as initial and essential steps in Quran. وَأَحْصَى كُلَّ شَيْءٍ عَدَدًا. This is in the Quran. Okay? كُلَّ شَيْءٍ أَحْصَيْنَاهُ فِي إِمَامٍ مُبِينٍ. That means you have to have evidence about the data before you use it. And this is where the ethics of data. Yeah? We talk about ethical data. Carry on. The quality of data, carry on. False outcome. Carry on. Classification, reflection, carry on. Okay. Just let's talk about this one. Do you know we talk about machine learning? You talk about supervised and supervised learning. Do you know it's from the Quran? وتلك الأمثال نضربها للناس لعلهم يتفكرون. That means when you talk about supervised, prior knowledge of data set, that means we learn from the history. وتلك الأمثال نضربها للناس لعلهم يتفكرون. Surah Yusuf, when Yusuf's story, it is people they have to learn from, and we have a lot like that. And supervised learning, okay? No prior knowledge of data set. Look at it. يخرج الحي من الميت ويخرج الميت من الحي. He brings people, dead people from undead people, and vice versa. And this is unsupervised learning because you don't have prior knowledge about that. Carry on. Okay, the classification, pattern recognition. تفكروا في الخلق الله ولا تفكروا في الله. What that mean? That means when we talk about pattern recognition, we need to, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying to us, don't think about Allah, think about what Allah have been produced, what produced. And then you know how Allah is great. Just look at a human being, okay? And the brain of a human being. When you start thinking about Allah, you will lose it. But if you think what Allah being produced, how clever we are. You look at the elephant, you look at the mountain, then you feel of Allah, and that exists. And this is pattern recognition. Carry on. I don't explain that. This is the one. Building of more accurate decision. Supervised learning, training with data set, learning and applying model correctly. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent it to us. What he said? Bismillah. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم الإنسان كلا إن الإنسان لا يطغى. طبعا we can finish it. But what that means? That means Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala learn, and this is the learning of, which is we call it in the training of the data set. That means you more you learn, yeah, you more the train is the better. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said to us, come on, carry on. I'm going to stop by the way, guys. Go. Okay. How a neural network works? Yeah, it works with what? Punishment and reward system. Isn't that correct? Yeah. When you put weight, yeah, you guys, yeah. ولكم في القصاص حياة يا أولي الألباب. لما خلق الله العقل استنطقه ثم قال اقبل فأقبل ثم قال له ادبر فأدبر. And this is where, I mean, each of these, I mean, when you start doing research, please, you know what you do? Do research on what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent to us in supervised learning. I would like to see people looking at these, and you will figure out things that, like 1974 with this professor who discovered about, carry on. And this is, carry on. I mean, I can talk about it for hours, carry on. Okay, this one, no, fuzzy logic, go. Fuzzy logic. I am very honored that I have known the father of fuzzy logic, Lutfi Zadeh. In 2009, he was the keynote speaker of one of my conferences, and I met him. He was the cleverest man alive, and the fuzzy logic. And I was looking at his work, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us fuzzy logic. مرج البحرين يلتقيان بينهم برج لا salty water. You know this برج البحر. You know that. And when that meeting, and that the fuzzy logic, subhanallah, because there is nothing correct, there is nothing incorrect, yeah, between. And this is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us that. Carry on. Carry fuzzy, carry on. Predicting risk, carry on. Progression. I can talk about that. Okay, carry on. Just look the history of it. Thinking, comprehension, and reflection. You know when we try to do it as a human being? If you want to do it, look at the Quran. You know when now we have robot who cannot think. Look at the Quran. Let's use Islam to make it happen. Honestly, if you work on it, you young people, we will be better than the European. It will come back, and I think Muslim people should bring Industry 5.0 from the Quran. تفكرون في خلق الله ولا تفكرون في الله وكونوا للعلم حملة ولا تخرجوا إلا إلى غير أهل فتهلكوا. They said, when you have ilm, Don't give it to anybody. Give it only to the people who can control it. Safety. Safety of AI safety. Yeah? Sorry. We talk about AI safety, yeah? Look at Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He sent us to the message. وَكُونُوا لِلْعَلْمِ حَمَلًا وَلَا تَخْرُجُوهُ إِلَّا إِلَى غَيْرِ أَهْلِ فَتَهْلَكُوا. That means do not give science only to the people who can carry it. Subhanallah. AI, if you give it to the wrong people, تهلكوا. That means it will kill us. Carry on. Carry on, carry on, carry on, carry on, carry on, carry on, carry on to the end, carry on. Okay, thank you very much for listening. But the last one I want to say, what I'm going to do with the mathematicians like you guys, what I'm going to do with the computer scientists like that. I'll tell you a little story for 2 minutes. Will you allow me 2 minutes? Okay. In Britain at this minute, we have 45,000 job vacancies for people who have ilm, who have knowledge. But what knowledge they have? Not just AI, not just computer science. It has to be, what does mean AI? AI, you have to know a lot of things. You know how to do programming, problem solving, you have to know how some hacking, you have to know statistics, and you have to know about different disciplines. Because with computer science and AI and mathematics, you need to work with medical doctors, but at the same time, you need to work with pilots, you need to work with people with entertainment, you need to get people with security. We are like, I call it in Middle East like olive oil. We are in every single dish. I think in Malaysia, you are like spices. Everywhere you find them. Is that correct? So, what I'd like you to do, I'd like you to start creating your own little companies. Work with big companies in America and Britain and Europe. Don't leave the country and go. No. Bring the knowledge here. The good thing about boundaries, knowledge of boundaries, there's no boundaries of knowledge. And Islam has told us that. Now, you need only a computer and the internet to create some software working for Google. I have now created a cluster in Iraq. I have 300 young people like you who are younger than 30 years old. They work with companies with Google. They create work for Google with Microsoft, with Amazon, and they are sitting actually in Iraq, and they are bringing the dollar from outside. And this is what we call it about knowledge economy. And this is knowledge economy. So please, let me tell you about this. My friend Al Hassani, he was working on doing mechanical engineering, Manchester University, and his professor, before he retired, he came to him and he gave him a book about Al-Farabi. He said to him, go and don't look at all these things. Go and look what you have created to this world. 500 years of knowledge. Go and look at that knowledge. You have created something. And the guy was Jewish. And he said to him, oh, look at it. You know what he did? He stopped working straight away and he went and he spent 10 years and he created for us 1001 Islamic innovation. So please look at what you have from your heritage and let's create Industry 5.0 by Muslim people. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, Prof. Dia, for a very interesting and eye-opening sharing. We now open the floor for Q&A session. Members of the floor, if you have any questions, you may raise your hands and the wireless microphone will be handed to you. Please introduce yourself and proceed with the question.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning to Prof. Dia. Alhamdulillah, my name is Sohimi Sahab. Assalamu alaikum, Prof. Hello, alaikum salam. I'm Sohimi. I'm the director of Center of Media and Information Warfare in UiTM Sharjah. Our office is located at the 13th floor in our another stars. Actually, I'm from Westcom. From Westcom, yeah. Same college before. Then unmarried. So again, this is a good opportunity for us.
You're allowed to have another woman as well.
Then
I've got a friend of mine here. He got married to 2 women, so he can explain to us what he can do. Sorry.
in our schools center, we are focusing on more on human intelligence, national security elements, political intelligence, whereby we are studying about media propaganda and how our center is the main role of our center is how to study to do some research to countering propaganda, Western propaganda, national security issue on Israel and Palestine. But the most important thing about artificial intelligence, Prof, I mentioned about this to our students. If you want to use artificial intelligence, you need to have the prior knowledge. Once you have the prior knowledge, you can use it. But the problem now, in computational propaganda, you are creating software, tools, machine to create more information, then we change the information to disinformation. When artificial intelligence comes, so we are creating new tools, new or old tools, actually to neutralize the information, because we teach the machine whenever that all informations, misinformation before this created by the competition propaganda can be countered through the artificial intelligence with the conditions that we teach the machine to give accurate information, accurate knowledge, evidence, and data. So hopefully, with this AI in this Islamic perspective, when we create a content or messages, information, knowledge, we hope that all this content can bring benefit to the society and to the nations, and also to Islamic civilizations. And I totally agree with you, Prof, that I 5.0 need to be pioneered by Muslim people because we have the knowledge. Thank you so much, Prof. So with AI, help us to challenge misinformation and the competition propaganda, so we can live in peace, harmony, and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look, sometimes technology, it is good and bad. When Gaza thing started, and I'm not a politician, Gaza thing started, they start using propaganda. Yeah, that means Hamas people. I am against the war everywhere. You know, I am against the war. But let's look. Something happened, and the propaganda start working. One thing about Islam, you've got to remember. When they asked Prophet Muhammad, they said, "Will your people have zina?" He said, "Yes." Will they drink? He said, "Yes." Will they steal? They said, "Yes." He said, "Will they lie?" He said, "No." One thing, he said, "No, my people will never lie. And if they lie, they are not from me." Comes to the information. One of the things which is very important as Muslim people, we have to do research, but it has to be honest research. We should not lie. If we want, and I do believe that Malaysia and Indonesia have the potential to lead 5.0 or 5.0 industrial revolution. And what will happen? Let me go back to the young people. In Britain, if you are Indian, Britain have occupied this country, occupied India, occupied the rest of the world, and gave a lot of things. The way you drive cars, because Britain was here. Yeah? In America, the American system, you drive the car the other side. Yeah, the wheel from this side. Yeah. Your education system based on British system, and Britain have occupied India, but now they are asking the Indian to immigrate to Britain, believe it or not. If you are a young person like you, and you are Indian, and you have 3 years experience of doing anything to do with data, and you are younger than 30 years old, they give you 2 years visa without condition, you can just come. Why is that? Because they're looking for brains. The people who can do AI, only 5% of the population of the world. From this 5% of population of the world, of this 5% of the population of the whole world. So for the Malaysian, there's only 5% can work on that area. From this 5%, there is only 5% they can do very well in it. Because the problem, the skills needed for AI is combination of a lot of skills. Yeah? And you have to be even streetwise. When I talked about the tiles, you've got to know a lot of things about this. And you said about experience. Playing games, experience. Sometimes people playing games, experience. A lot of things. So go back to your point. Akhlaq, yeah, the attitude is the most important thing. We are different than the rest of them because we are peaceful. People, they think we are terrorists. We are not actually. We are very peaceful. When I came to Malaysia, somebody asked me from Iraq, actually my sister-in-law, she said, how's Malaysia? I said, there is no girl in Malaysia which is not covered, the hair covered. She was amazed. She from Baghdad. Actually, I come from Fallujah originally. In Fallujah, we are like here. Every single woman covered with a man. And we have 188 mosques in a small place called Fallujah. 188 mosques. Very small. Only 500,000 people, but we have 188 mosques. We love mosques, you know. This very. But the first thing I said to my sister-in-law last night when she phoned me, I said, all of them covered. And I said, another thing, all of them may smile. That, I mean, this is welcoming. This is very important, welcoming. If you go to London, if you ask somebody the direction, looks at you and just leave you alone. Why? They are very busy. Their life is just taken on. But please, young people, again, if you want to lead, if we want to lead 5.0 in this revolution, have to start with honesty. Have to start with صدق. صدق and amana. وجئنا إتمام مكارم الأخلاق. مكارم الأخلاق, the akhlaq, that means الصدق الأمانة. Prophet Muhammad used to call الصادق الأمين. That means, do you understand صادق الأمين? No. صادق الأمين, that means he never lies. Prophet Muhammad, before even he became prophet. Why did people choose him to do their work? Because he's صادق الأمين. He doesn't lie. Okay? And all the time he read the amana, he give the amana. That means if anybody trusts him with something, he has a trustful, trusted word. His word is trusted. Thank you very much for that. Young people, any questions?
Assalamualaikum. My name is Farhan. I'm a student from Intelligence System Engineering. So, in today's world, as we can see, there are many people seeking knowledge from the internet. And as you can, and you say that in another 10 years or 20 years, new technology will rise. Especially as you can see that I believe that strong AI will evolve in the next 20 years. So they may have controversy if what I mean that they may have religious error if someone search for something in AI. So my question is, do we need a legal proposition to have specific Sharia law evidence for Muslims such as the use of AI? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very important question. Ethics is the big thing about AI now, yeah? Ethics. People they talk about safety, they talk about regulation of AI. One thing which is, I have to tell you, you know, when they call it Islamic banking, yeah? 20 years ago, or 25 years ago, when Islamic banking, so it came to me, they say, what do you think about Islamic banking? I say, don't call it Islamic banking because people will run away. Call it ethical banking. Because ethics, when you talk about Islamic Sharia, actually it's ethics. If you call it Islamic banking, people, they don't like the word Islam because they think there's something about Islam. Take Islam out and just put the word ethics. And put the regulation of Islam and regulation of ethics. You find that matching. So my answer to you, don't call it Islamic Sharia. Call it, yeah, ethics and akhlaq. That means it has to have, and you will find Islamic Sharia and ethics, it comes together. Okay? Just check it, you know, put the regulation. When they call it, when they created what you call it, 17 global, sustainable development goals, I just laughed. And a friend of mine, English, he said, why are you laughing? I said, every single thing we've been saying that for 1400 years. And if you look at Christianity, which is with Jesus, he's Iraqi, and he was an English guy. He said, Jesus Iraqi? I said, yes, he's Iraqi. He said, why? How come Iraqi? I said, his grandfather is Ibrahim, and he comes from Iraq. So if your grandfather comes from somewhere, you have to be related to him. It's like us, now I'm living in Britain, my great-great-grandchildren, still they are going to be Iraqi and Muslim. And I say Muslim Iraqi. I don't say Iraqi Muslim. Islam before Iraqi, because Islam is the connectors. Yeah? And this is where, yes, I do believe that I don't need to say Sharia. Don't say to them Sharia. Don't say to them safety. Say to them ethics. And they say to them Islam based on ethics. And Islamic Sharia is the ethics. Yeah? And just check all these. Just put that ethics regulation and put Islamic Sharia. You'll find exactly matching. Maybe a little bit differences, but when you look at the details of it, so yes, I do believe that Islamic Sharia is going to be part of it, and it's going to be one of the things which is very, very important. They don't steal, they don't lie, they don't, no evil. This is the way we bring our children. And this is a baby you are going to train. He has to have exactly the same. Thank you very much for this question. Any more questions? Yes, sir. You can go to the back. By the way, I'm not Muslim scholar, but I'm trying, but I'm not. So if I make mistakes, forgive me.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
My name is Ahmad Faiz. I am from Intelligence System Engineering as well. So my question is regarding the current AI. With the current AI, is very niche, right? It is focused only on one problem at a time, such as the chatbot of ChatGPT and else. So with super AI, the upcoming AI evolution, with feelings and morals and everything, does it not like it? We are creating life from the AI. We are giving it conscious. Isn't it like we are giving it a life? So based on Islamic perspective, how is it? Is it prohibited or is it like anything else? That is the question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I divide your question to 3 parts. I start with the first part. We focus on only small things. Is that correct? The problem, if you look at the philosophy, if you look at our study at the past, yeah, you find somebody mathematician and he is at the same time medical doctor. You find somebody astronomy and he's talking about chemistry. So we lost that. We lost that because of the speed of life we have. We lost our thinking. How much time every day you sit down and you think? You just do. You don't think. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, that's one thing. Let me put that apart and I'll go to the next one. Do you need us as a lecturer anymore, or a professor? Actually, you don't need us anymore. And I'll tell you a little story. My son called Omar Ali. I call Omar Ali because it is mixed between Sunni and Shia. I am like Sunni, but I don't want to divide that in Baghdad because we had the problem, so I called him Omar Ali. Okay? And its first computer, he's 16 years old now. First computer he built, he was 8 years old. And he said, Daddy, shall we build a computer together? You are expert in building computer. I'm no expert in building computer. So I went and learned how to build computers for 2 days to show my son I am professor of. So we built it together. We bought the component, we built it together. He was very proud of me, and he was telling, because I work in building games, he was telling to his friend that Daddy building all the games in the world. He said, Daddy, when are you going to bring this new version of the game? I thought I cannot lie to him. I said, Daddy, I am part of it. Not Daddy, you build games. When he was 11 years old, he collected money, and he said, Daddy, come, I'll surprise you. I came and I found that he built, 11 years old, he built a computer, and actually the coolant system is water coolant system. I said, how did you do that? And it's dangerous, water coolant system. Daddy, don't worry. How did you learn? He said, Daddy, there is something called YouTube. I said, you replace your dad with YouTube? He said, well, Daddy, he knows better than you. So the YouTube, in this case, Do you need us anymore as lecturers? You need us, but you need us in a different way. Let's go to the Islamic way of thinking. In Islam, there used to be somebody, mu'allim, somebody here, and he used to teach people Quran, but he used to, when he started thinking about explaining Quran, yeah, which is basically tafsir, they used to exchange ideas. So he used to be a facilitator of the group, yeah. So he sit down, they put the idea, and people talk about it, yeah. And this is why, yeah, Imam al-Hanafi, yeah, he was better than his own teacher, because he gave him the way to talk, the knowledge. Maybe you know better than me. So, but they were talking philosopher. Now, the second part of your question, the idea of trying to focus on one area is not right. And the idea of you need us, yes, but we have to be facilitator of the thing. When I say to you, when you do research, especially when you do the research in the final year, don't you do traditional research, taking some data from somewhere and all that. No, I was reading philosophical book about mathematics when I was your age, because I loved it. I loved the way they look at math from different perspective. You look at it from using the equation somewhere, but they use it. Do you know, if you just look at Al-Hamra Palace, every single, these arches, yeah? If you look at the arches, the calculation of the angle of the arches, yeah? Similar, if you look at it in the mirror, you do like that, you just double it. You do like that, you double it. You know the size, the smaller one, you double it, time it by 2, you get the second arch. Time it by 2, you get the third arch. It's like that. If you look at Arabic numbering system, it is 1, yeah? Which is the English one, is the Arabic. The English is Arabic one. 1 like that. The 1, it is 1 angle. The 2 is like that, yeah? It's 2 angle. 3 angles, and like that. 0 angle. Okay? And this is the philosophy of it. Now, go back to you. Have to think out of the box to become better. Then what you need to train yourself on the existing things to pass. But when you start research, do something different. Do you know that innovation is the most important thing? And now talk about people coming from industry, innovation, research innovation. Do you know that 20% of the income of the whole Britain comes from innovation, from ideas? Start innovating. The Chinese doing a lot of innovation. You are very clever people, and look at the 5%. You are now chosen here because you are 5% of the 5% of the people who can do mathematics. Not everybody can do mathematics. And by the way, is the heart of engineering mathematics. The heart of science is mathematics. And the heart of mathematics is problem solving. And heart of problem solving is innovation. I hope I answered you. Thank you. Any more questions? Yes, sir. By the way, ask any question you want. Because if I don't answer it, I've got some colleagues can help to answer.
Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
My name is Muhammad Syed Shazwan from Intelligence System Engineering, class 6C. My question is, how does the Islamic perspective on privacy intersect as the AI has been growing in surveillance and data processing?
Privacy?
Intersect.
Yeah. In which perspective?
I mean, the data, the AI has been using data from the people to process the data.
Process the data.
Other people sometimes without any consent.
Can you come here? It's only me standing here. Privacy. Actually, what you're talking about, you talk about privacy. with data. This is very, very important. If you look at technology, yeah, technology here and the use of technology in medicine here, because of privacy. Okay, it is very important. Okay, one of the things we are going through now, it is personalized education, personalized healthcare, personalized everything. Privacy is very important thing. It reached a point. I'll tell you a little bit about privacy and I'll link it to Islam. I went to Britain to study. I went to UCL. I love Liverpool Football Club. I left, my family sent me to London, UCL, University College London. I love Liverpool. I went there, I am alone. So I said, bye-bye London. I hated London. I went next door neighbor and I said, good morning. She said, you can see I like to talk, yeah? I said, good morning. She said, why? She said to me, why? She had a problem with her husband the night before. She said to me, why? So I thought, this city is not very good. Let me go and find another city. I went to Liverpool. Liverpool is the port. Cities on the port, yeah, and I'll come back to you, right? City on the port, they are friendly because they come from everywhere. They see people. When I went there, I said to her, I want a woman, and I know how to read A to Z. A to Z, you don't know what A to Z. A to Z is like GPS now. Before, in my time, I am 55 years old. So when I went to your age, 21 years old, I used to have A to Z. I have to read A to Z. Why? You see A to Z, remember it? So it has actually coordinate, mathematical coordinate. So you find the place, yeah, A1. So you know where it is. So I know how to read it. So I went to a woman, 45 years old. I said to her, can you tell me where is the Liverpool University? She said, up there. I said, where's up there? I pretended I don't know. She said, you are a silly man. She grabbed me from here. She walked me and she said, this is Liverpool University. This is the English language school. Do you need anything else? I said, can I have a hug? She's like my mom that time. She was like 55. I was 21. She gave me a hug. You know, I said, this city I want to live in, and Liverpool Football Club there. Now, coming back to the privacy, look at what's happening. I look at the data. If you don't look at the privacy, you cannot do a correct data. And it is a problem between this, that. But if I ask you for your data and I can use it, then I can. Now, if they take the data from us like Facebook and they use it against us or they use it wrongly, that's wrong. That comes to the Islam. Akhlaqiyat in Islam, you cannot do anything without akhlaq, without ethics. Going back to question from there, ethics is very important. Ethics, if we put the regulation, yeah, in Islam, first thing they say, if you go and visit your friend, you have to knock the door before you walk in. Isn't that privacy? You cannot look at other people's things without asking their permission. Isn't that privacy? Then privacy is part of the regulation which is we are going to put. But at the same time, there is things, it comes. If I break this privacy, yeah, sometimes, even in Islam, they say for this, for example, you came, yeah, and this person said something really bad about that person. And he said to him, what did he say about you? About me? And you know he's carrying a gun. At that time, lie. It's fine in Islam. Yeah? Say, no, he didn't say anything. You know he said something bad. And you know that he's angry, he's going to kill him. Yeah? So sometimes you have to lie, yeah, for peace. And that is love for you. Now, go back to ethics. If I have to take data, and sometimes from people who are dead, and I use it for the benefit of Muslim, I'm not fatwa, I don't know, but I think it's allowed. As long as it doesn't harm anybody. So, talking about medicine technology like that. While the use of technology in medicine is up to here. While we are involved this way. You know why? Because of ethics. But when COVID came, what they did, they broke all the rules. Yeah, they gave us vaccine without even trying it. Yeah, they thought, well, let's save a human being. They did it. They broke that rules for saving. They thought, okay, if we don't give vaccine, we'll have 95% of the people die. But if we give vaccine, we'll have 5% die because of the vaccine. And this is making the balance. And this is where علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. This is where you have to use you're conscious, and go into your conscious and say, okay, wait a minute. Let me go back to another one with this Islam. You created a software for Tesla to be driven in the street without a driver. Tesla come in and say, okay, and it's going to have an accident. Either it hit somebody 80 years old, or it hit a pregnant woman 25 years old, okay? Or it hit the wall, and in the car there is a man with 50 years old sitting at the back. Who do you kill? That person, or that person, or that person? What decision will take? The problem, you have designed the software, and the decision has to be taken by the system. The system will have conscious to say, okay, wait a minute. He's 80 years old, let me kill him. Or go to the pregnant woman, or go to this one. That question is very hard. We are not Allah to take a judgment on that. And when it comes to the ethics, you have to use your. So if you ask me this question, I say, I'm not going to involve in it, because this is going to be big fatwa, and I don't know. This is where the Islamic Sharia going to come. The ethics. We need to look at what they have done at the past. Yeah, and we do it. I hope I answered you. Any more questions?
Sorry, but we have to end the Q&A session now. Thank you, Fafia, for being willing to answer the questions just now. For those who are still unable to ask questions, you can ask Prof after the program ends. Respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break before we proceed to the fourth session. I am sure everyone is excited to join in our intellectual discourse via our forum entitled Ethical Implications of Artificial Intelligence in Society, Balancing Technological Advancement with Moral Values from Islamic Perspective. This session will be moderated by Teknologi Azhar. Technologist Tengku Azrul is a seasoned professional with over 15 years of diverse experience spanning industries such as oil and gas, energy, healthcare, transportation, township development, and government sector. He has actively contributed to key committees, including the National Blockchain and AI Committee, Malaysia Autonomous Vehicle Task Force, National Technology Innovation Sandbox, and Online Healthcare Services Roadmap. Additionally, he served as a member of the Wireless Broadband Alliance Connected City Advisory Board. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, MC. I think, yeah, it is a very interesting forum that we're going to have today. I'll try to make it in interactive because I see there's a lot of interest from everyone to ask questions. So with me, I have Honorable Professor Dia Al-Jumali, University of Liverpool, John Moore. Dr. Sheikh Muhammad Saifuddin, Sheikh Muhammad Salih. I think I'll read a bit on Dr. Sheikh's background. As for Dr. Dia, I think the session just now speaks itself. So, Dr. Sheikh Muhammad Saifuddin bin Sheikh Muhammad Salih is a Principal Fellow and Director, Research Management Unit, Institute of Islamic Understanding Malaysia. He's Adjunct Professor at the Academy of Islamic Civilization, UTM, Adjunct Lecturer at the Management and Humanities Department, University Teknologi Petronas, and Visiting Lecturer Non-Clinical to the School of Medical Science, University Science Malaysia. He also holds a number of other appointments, which include Chairman of Biosecurity Socio-Economic Advisory Committee under the National Biosecurity Board, Ministry of Environment and Water, Member, National Bioethics Council under Ministry of Science, Environment and Innovation, Member, National Blockchain and my fellow member, NBAIC under MOSI, External Member, Board of Studies, Postgraduate Academic Program for PhD and Master in Science in Islamic Bioethics, Kuliah of Science, International Islamic University of Malaysia. He holds a Master of Science and PhD in History and Philosophy of Science from University of Malaya. Okay. Before we start, I think AI has been in the frontier of the current development. So everyone has access to what we call now generative AI, open AI, whatever it is. So we need to look at how AI advancement really fit to what we're doing at National Blockchain and AI Committee that we've been into. We are proposing the 7 principles of responsible AI. This is Malaysian context rather. So we're looking at fairness, reliability, safety and control, privacy and security, inclusiveness, transparency, accountability, and pursuit of human benefit and happiness. This is again has been benchmarked according to the international standard, the one that AI Summit, your Prime Minister initiated last month, the AI Safety Summit. We look at the EU AI regulation, we look at everyone. How we gonna manage and look at AI? I've been reading into AI, I've been working in AI, and like what you said, it's not so much on technical. I've been dealing with philosophers talking about that trolley theory just now, who to blame when the autonomous vehicle car crashed into something. I drove one and I don't really allow my car to be on autopilot because I'm not that confident yet, because we are at the beginning of everything. So, honorable guests, fellow colleague and student, I think let's start. The first on how can we understand the impact of the technology in the one that we're discussing today, which is AI to society. Whether it's adverse or whether it's good or something that we can rely on. Yeah, my fellow panelists. We just have an open discussion. Let's start with Dr. Diaz.
Okay, I'll start a little bit then. I was asked very hard question. I think the hardest question I was asked about 3 months ago in Iraq. I was in Iraq, and we had a conference. And the conference, the use of AI and sustainable technology for advance in society. So I went out, and as you can see, I talk a lot to the young people. And when I went out, then somebody approached me. He said, "The third-year student doing, he was doing robotics." He said, "You've got some nice place, nice conference, and we had people from 10 different countries, Australia, we had people from Malaysia, from different countries." He said, "What are you going to benefit me from all this money you are spending today? What are you going to benefit?" And it was the hardest question. And the question now again, which is basically being asked, what things things we are doing to benefit society. So I thought, okay, you know what I asked him? What I told him? I was very lucky. I was talking to him. I work in Iraq mainly on Euphrates and Tigris. You know, the border. We've got two rivers, which is basically all the civilization based on these two rivers. All the first civilization in the world, 70,000 civilization based on these two rivers, and it's going to dry these rivers. What I'm using, using technology to put intelligent barriers to bring it to it. And at the same time, I'm trying to do agriculture. And I said to him, wait a minute, I am actually building system for using AI for agriculture. And I said to him, I am using the word AI for agriculture, which is I'm not being very honest. I am using more of automation with agriculture, but then in the future it's going to be intelligent, like robots. So answering the question, which is being just raised, or the discussion, and I would basically talk to you. All the time, talk to yourself, young people, what I am doing to help people out there. The government paying money to you to study here. We are here and being supported by the government, supported by your own country to study here, or maybe supported by your own family. What are you going to do to pay that money back to the society? So the same question, then, what are we going to do? Let's look at the basic stuff which is we are going to do. Equality in judges. I believe that AI can be involved in every sector. I'm going to talk about 3 sectors, and I leave my colleagues and my friends to talk about other sectors. The most important things is water. You've got to tell me, وَجَعَلْنَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ كُلِّ شَيْءٍ وَجَعَلْنَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ كُلِّ شَيْءٍ حَيٍّ. That means we created everything high, that means alive, from water. You've got a lot of rain here, yeah? But the rest of the world, it doesn't have a lot of rain. How are we going to use AI, yeah, to predict and reserve that much water? That's the thing. So come to that. That's one thing. Serve the community. When I say serve the community, we are only one village, all these people are one village. How can I take water for the people who are somewhere who don't have rain like you guys? That's the second thing. The second thing, the environment. I believe we are killing the environment. We are sitting here now and we've got COP28. You know what COP28, yeah? There's something happening now in Dubai. So COP28 is protecting the environment. We are killing the environment. And what are we doing with the environment? How can I use AI to protect the environment? That's the second thing which is we should. The third thing is going back to ta'allum, yeah? Which is basically iqra. How can I use AI to help everybody to learn? And that's the 3 things I think is the basic of what I think we should do. This is my suggestion. And I will carry on and talking about it as we go. And I'll give it to my colleagues to carry on.
Thanks, Prof. From Dr. Sheikh's point of view, those are the impact. How can we see? Okay. No. I want Dr. Sheikh to come in from the perspective of Islam on how do we see the impact.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Also to Prof. Dia for his enlightening talk earlier. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. I think when we talk about AI, for most of us, we probably know AI when generative AI becomes the buzzword. Last year, I think about November, when people start to talk about ChatGPT, and suddenly everybody becomes an expert in AI. I'm not claiming to be an expert because my background is chemistry actually. But when I pursued my postgraduate studies, I went into philosophy of science, and I look my focus is primarily on the interaction between science and religion. What happens when there is a scientific development or technological advancement meet with religion? What happens? Do we get conflict? Do we get a healthy interaction? This is basically what I looked at. So in the early years, issues were primarily on biotechnology, genetic engineering, stem cell, these kind of things were looked at or were of primary concern of many people. Now with AI has taken the center stage. Whether AI brings about something beneficial or not, for me, it goes back to the developers and the users. In other words, it goes back to us. How we use the technology will determine whether the technology will bring forth harm or benefits. At the end of the day, I think the driving force is our iman and taqwa. If we use our iman and taqwa as the core of our decision making, then I think the technology that is being used will be beneficial. I always like to look at technology, for example, AI, as something like what we have in a big city. We have beneficial places, universities, schools, mosques, museums, we have archives, and we also have those places which will bring us to sins. So it is up to us where we want to go. If you want to use technology for the benefit of mankind, then our iman and taqwa will drive us to all these beneficial places. We will go to universities, we will go to mosques, we will go to museums. But if our iman and taqwa are not strong, then we will choose to go to places that will bring us to sins. So I think this is something that we have always to bear in mind when it comes to the use of technology. When we talk about ethics, one challenge I think is that ethics is always playing catching up with technology. Technology is so rapid. If you can imagine a cowboy riding a horse, when he steps down the horse runs away. That is the technology. And the cowboy is trying to catch up with the technology, which I think is almost impossible. So ethics is always playing catching up with technological advancement. And when we talk about religion, religion is always catching up, trying to catch up with ethics and technological advancement. Although there are so many things about ethics, the conventional ethics that have that are in line with Islamic teaching, but discussions among Islamic scholars regarding the ethics of technologies are very much few and far in between. There are, but there are not many. For me, at least, I think we need to ensure that there is engagement between technology developers and with all the stakeholders, including with the scholars, so that we can always look at technological advancements in a way that is proactive in nature rather than reactive. We have been reacting to technology thus far. I think it's a high time that we play a more collaborative role to be proactive in our discussions, and this will help to provide guidance to people when it comes to the usage of technology. And again, I think one problem arises when we talk about ethics in the use of technology is that some technologies may look at ethics as being something that is impeding or stopping them from developing the technologies. But I think it's important that we draw the line first, the borders first, of the do's and don'ts, and try to develop the technology within that compound. And if there is a need, we can shift or we can adjust the borders or the lines. If that is easier compared to, say, we let technology being developed without defining the ethics or the do's and don'ts, and then only when there is a problem we try to draw the line. I think that is more problematic. So I think that's why I think ethics and technology should go hand in hand, so that it can be used for the benefit of everyone. And what drives the benefits is actually our iman and taqwa. I think that's from me at this point.
Yeah, you may want to add something.
Iman and taqwa, absolutely. You just put in my heart
my head something which is very important. Amazing that you are working on the philosophy of science, and this is what we need: the philosophy of science and engineering. And absolutely, I think if we go back to software development, and people can tell me about or can help you with that. When we start developing software in the 80s, what they did, they wanted just to develop something working. They never thought about the specification, the design, the regulation. What is something? And then they had the problem with London Ambulance. The scheduling with London Ambulance, they went and they gave £5 million to company to develop it. When they developed the system, they found it's not the same they want. And this is where they brought agile approach. Agile approach, the stakeholder of the people they wanted the system to be developed, will be part of the development team. Why don't we put people who understand ethics? And I say the word ethics and purpose. Iman and taqwa. Anybody have Iman and taqwa? They have the principles of ethics. We should actually, when we say developing AI, we should bring people who understand the Iman and taqwa and the philosophy of Islam to be part of the development team, even though they are not engineers, but they know about ethics more than us. And let's go back to the basic. As my colleague said, if we need to draw something and make it like, but it has to be agile, because the things we are developing, for example, if you develop an AI for a judge, what they will do the AI? They will use Islamic rules and regulations, the Sharia. Sharia, what does it mean Sharia? Islamic Sharia is the rules and regulations which you use to govern us as Muslims. But actually, if you look at it in details, this rules and regulation is similar in Christianity, and is similar in Judaism, and similar in people to live peaceful, similar to the ethics of life. If you look at what's happening in Britain now, and you look at the regulation of Britain on how to live, all of them actually, majority of them, between 80 to 90, it goes to the Sharia, but they don't know it because it's ethics. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He put the Sharia, He put rules for us to govern us, to live with each other and to understand how to deal with each other. So I think in terms of AI, I do believe that yes, we need to have some sort of people working with us to tell us these things, because we are as engineers, if we call us engineer, mathematician, we don't understand these things properly. We do know about them, but we don't understand them properly. But if we bring people who understand them, it's like, when we develop devices for medical doctors, they start doing medical doctors? They start learning, going and doing master in AI and start developing devices better than us because they understand the need for it. So I do believe that, and I would like to use today's, basically the setting today, or this day, call it conference or whatever we call it, workshop, as calling for the people who understand these ethics to be part of our team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Comment, or you wanted to chip in while we're doing the discussion, by all means, because we try to make it more interactive. So we talked a lot about ethics. So let's talk about ethics from the ethic from Islamic perspective. I think you touched a bit earlier on the trolley theory, where if something happened to the car, you got 85 years old, pregnant woman, and young student, which one the car you should send to it, right? So the relationship between the user, design, and company who own the technology is complex. Must did that 2-3 years back, where the autopilot of his famous Model S rammed into a barrier, and then suddenly the driver died out of the accident. He said his model of AI is so perfect that it has to be human error. He was so confident, and he managed to prove that the driver basically slept while driving the car and didn't took over when something goes wrong. So the ethical concern here is when he said the model is too perfect, the driver shouldn't be even awake to drive and maneuver the car. So Dr. Sheikh, when we come at responsibility in terms of designing AI, what is Islamic view on this? How does the Islamic ethics, like what you said, Iman and Taqwa, to provide the guidance on the development and the deployment of AI, be it from the environmental point of view, transportation, healthcare, and whatever sector that AI will touch, and to the student, maybe education as well, because yes, we know they're using ChatGPT to submit the assignment, right? I did that. I just graduated my BA last week. I did that. Yeah. No worries. No shame to it.
Okay. Yeah, if you ask me, there's nothing wrong with using ChatGPT, but you have to use it responsibly. Responsible use, and use it wisely. Don't copy everything from ChatGPT and put it on your assignment. Okay, that, in any case, I think to answer your question, Mr. Moderator, some years back, there was an AI scientist in the US. He's a Bangladeshi. His name is Dr. Muhammad Aurangzeb Ahmad, an AI expert. He discussed regarding issues of fairness, accountability, and transparency. He noted the idea of the need for a branch of knowledge called the fiqh of algorithm. Fiqh of algorithm, whereby he said that this is needed to guide computer scientists involved in AI to tackle issues arising from development and utilization of AI, and to educate consumers and users on the right way to use AI, which includes machine learning, among other things. So I think that idea thrown by Dr. Ahmad is something that needs to be looked at. And this goes back to the need to collaborate and cooperate between the scientists, the engineers, and also ethicists, religious scholars, all stakeholders, for us to come up with guidelines that can be useful to everyone. And the problem is, we talked about the trolley dilemma. The problem is when making decisions, we see that values play a very important role. Western values may be different to Islamic values, although the principles may be the same, but when it comes to values, it may be different, which lead to different responses. Okay, this is something that I used to teach in university. When we talk about the trolley dilemma, for example, if we give a simple example, if the trolley comes to a junction and one leads to a man being tied on the track and the other is a monkey, okay, which will you choose to kill? You're the one holding the lever. The man or the monkey? Let's see a show of hands. How many of you kill the man? How many of you kill the monkey? Okay, why? There must be a reasoning behind your answer. Why? I think most people will answer that the life of a human being is greater than that of an animal. Okay? Let's say we have two monkeys compared to one man. Still the monkeys. Okay? But in some, this actually was done in a workshop in Australia. In certain cultures, they do not look at the quality, they look at the quantity. So two lives of the monkeys is greater compared to one human life. Some people actually would choose to save the two monkeys. Okay, you can have all kinds of variable. I think this is the way autonomous vehicles are programmed using data sets based on inputs given by people. I've seen this done at MIT. You have many variables. You have cats in the car, and you have different kinds of people crossing the road. And if given the choice, what would be the best option for the car to either to hit a barrier or to hit the people crossing the road. So these are the values held by people can determine decisions being made when it comes to um, AI ethical issues. So this is where we need dialogue to discuss and to thrash out differences between different cultures and different backgrounds. And this is something that is not easy to be done. You know, we can have workshops like this, we can have programs like this, but it has to be interactive, it has to be collaborative, and everybody has to agree on things that you know. Sometimes we have to come to a point that we have to agree to disagree, and there is this is where we can double ikhtilaf, the ethics of having differences in opinions, and this is something that I think is quite lacking today. And AI actually brings about the need for us to debate and to deliberate on many ethical issues that are arising. Privacy issues, as mentioned earlier, is one of the things that need to be looked at. Accessibility issues, is AI, is the technology only available for those who have the capacity to use the technology, or is it accessible to everyone, regardless of their socioeconomic background? And then the issue of using the technology in a responsible manner, like what was highlighted earlier by the moderator. Can students use ChatGPT for their assignments? If you ask me, yes, but it has to be used responsibly, and it can be made. It can be a part of research methodology, but it has to be done in a way that is ethical. Okay, you cannot just copy. You can use it as a form of initial reference point for you to look at primary references later on. Okay, similarly, when it comes to images, we have Bing these days where you can generate images. Again, there is a lot of ethical issues there. People talk about deep fakes technology these days. This is also technology that brings about a lot of ethical issues, and all these things need to be discussed. Of course, to discuss everything in one day is impossible. But when we highlight these issues, there has to be discourse and debates that can come to a conclusion at the end of the day that can provide guidance to the users especially. But for me, developers also play a role. They have to be responsible when developing the technology. They have to put in safeguards to ensure that the technology will not be open for misuse or abuse. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
I think, yeah, the conclusion from what Dr. Shir mentioned earlier is the one that I want to ask you. Guardrail that was put in by the developer, and how can the ethical and Islamic principle has to be applied to it? So, Prof, we're looking at when creating the algorithm, when creating the system, when building the AI model. From Islamic context, what is the most important ethics that we need to look at while you've been developing all those?
Let us start with ChatGPT. There is something called halal and haram, yeah? So if you steal something, haram. So if you pretend that you are taking something which does not belong to you and pretend that it's you, I don't think it's haram. So now we look at values of what we're trying to do. I was asked the question, ChatGPT have changed our life completely. It will change our life, and it will have more effect on our life. I'm saying ChatGPT or anything similar to ChatGPT, because we'll have something for medicine, something for agriculture, something going to be like ChatGPT. And now, I was asked the question, and I answered. They said, "What do you think about ChatGPT to be used in education?" And I said, "Yes, let's use it." And people like the other professor, they said, "Okay, we've got the council of head of computing and the professor of computing and head of department." And I was the only person who said, "Let's use it." And they said, everyone was against me. How come you are around other people? How come you say that? And then a professor, which I don't want to mention his name because of data protection, he said to me, he says, I agree with you. That professor, nobody can say no to him because he got the, software engineering principles. He said, I had symptoms. I was at least 81 years old, and I couldn't find out what's going on with me for 2 years. And after 2 years, they diagnosed my sickness. And I went to ChatGPT and I got the symptoms. And 2 minutes later, the diagnosis, which is given me by ChatGPT, was similar. So I said, listen to Dia. What are you going to say to her? I said, okay, my idea, give it to all the students. Let them use it. Let them copy. And then we have learning. I want students to learn. If a student don't to learn, because I'm going to say to them, okay, you did the work yourself? I said, yes. What do you understand of that? What do you understand of that? If they have learned from copying from ChatGPT, then we need the learning process. Yeah. Let them copy as long as they learn. Okay. If they have to learn, then if they learn, then we meant what we're supposed to do. Okay, that's one thing. Going back to what's happening, I have to tell you, Silicon Valley, America, the Indian, they are the Chinese, they are with technology, they are just going ahead. I don't think we can catch them. One thing, which is we have a secret weapon. Our secret weapon, our ethics come from Quran. I believe that, and the philosophy. If you look at every single scientist, Islamic scholar and scientist, they are actually philosophers. They write poems. They think. When did you have time? You thought. Sit down and you just thought. Like what Stephen Jobs have done. Stephen Jobs used to think, and he created for us. He was thinking. Please think about thinking, the word thinking, because it's very important. And think about the philosophy of that. This is where ethics come. So I do believe that I do believe that if we want to catch up, let's look at the principles we have. The second thing, I wish we can have some sort of a research center or institute where we just look at the principles of Quran and benchmark about all the ethics we use in life, in law, in the environment, in education, and all that. And we start working on that. We bring people who are working on using. If we look at people who are studying AI, they don't study the philosophy of Quran in AI. They don't. Why don't we have a subject like that? Do we have a subject like that? Yeah. I don't know. We don't. So that's one of the things. If you look at House of Wisdom, read about House of Wisdom. Mathematicians, they read about philosophy. They read about with Stephen Jobs. Yeah, Stephen Jobs was artist, and he creates one of the most engineering, advanced in this on this planet. Okay, and ChatGPT depends on what? Depends on data. The more data you've got, the more you train them. Yeah, you train it. Yeah, and that's the training we do with the data. But still, the ethics behind it and the correctness is sometimes wrong. I'll tell you how. The example of they use artificial intelligence to have judges in America, and they use data from some states, previous data, and certain time in America, black people used to steal a lot, and it was biased against blacks, yeah, because the data was trained with it. Now the question came early on, the correctness of the data which is we have, and this is where the iman, as-sidq wal amana. If you do sidq or amana with your data from the beginning, and this is the regulation we use, I think we can win. And I do believe, I go to the basic. I do believe we cannot compete as Muslims. We cannot compete as Muslim countries with what the advancement happening out there because they are spending a lot of money. The biggest thing is going to be what you have mentioned early on when you talked about the ethics catching up. Why don't we make our majority of our research in ethics and we take the technology, existing technology, open access technology, and we try doing something, goes back to the philosophy, goes back to Ibrahim when he was looking at the stars and he was talking about the creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, how he created us. I do believe there is a lot of secret in the Quran that come to the philosophy of science and engineering we have not been discovered yet. And we need more of this. So my advice, not taking everything from Europe and from the West. We should export to them the values which is we got from Islam. I hope I answered. Thank
you. Yesterday I was called to Parliament to help the minister answer a question, I think related to this, on the measure taken by the government to ensure that the development of AI will not be, again, the word was mechanism to control AI to ensure that the value and the local culture is not neglected. To look from local culture, value, and religion. So the question is there any measure by the government to control or to regulate AI? From Malaysia point of view, I think we're not going to be regulating AI soon. We're looking into creating a guideline. So what do you think, Prof, from UK point of view? Because UK, I think we are a bit in line with what UK has been doing as compared to the Europe and Japan and Korea. I think your view on that.
Prof, by the way, UK, all the industrial revolution with the four of them I talked about, there are 5 industrial revolutions. This is what I admit. 0.0 and the rest of it. The first 3 created by Britain. The 4th one did not create by Britain, but is led by Britain now. Led by Britain because the way they teach the kids in school, they make them think, not memorize. Think, not memorize. And everything we take, they say why. And the word why actually came in Islam. Everything we say, you have to have justification to. And this is Quran told us. But one thing he said, when you look at when you want to think about Allah, don't look at the Khaliq, look at the what being created. Now, Britain leading now the Industrial Revolution, which is because they are pushing things. And in 1st of November, when they talked about the safety, they start talking about safety of AI. When they start thinking about that safety of AI, this is where we need, you said one thing earlier on, you said, we cannot put regulations now, but maybe because we have problems. No, Britain start thinking about regulations. I think the Malaysian government should start now, and especially the Prime Minister, the people who are working about the technical aspects, they have to start thinking about regulations now. It won't be catch up. You know, everything we do, as my colleague said here, it is catch up. No, we should think about putting the regulations now. If you don't put the regulation now, we will have, honestly, big problems. But if we start putting the regulation and teaching the young people the regulation when they do things, and the regulation we are saying about regulation is like when you do things in life. If you go in, for example, if you take a mortgage, and there is riba in a mortgage, will you take it? You won't take it. Some family they take it, some people they take it, some people they don't take it. So you put the regulations, okay, and up to the person to choose if they want to do good things for them, good or bad things. They want to do, as you said early on, we can go out there, and there are the places where you can take alcohol. But some people they don't, they choose to go to the mosque. It's the choice, their own choice. But when you have the regulation, then at least you have given opportunity to people to use that. Because, as you said, we had big problem with this imaging imaging tools in Iraq, and they told me, what's your opinion? I said to them, the problem, it didn't come from the tool itself. The problem, it came from the girls who are allowing their picture to be on the net and start taking their top off. Yeah. So why do you have your picture from the beginning on the net so you allow that? So this is where the regulation, they said, well, I said, first of all, anybody use this thing, then put punishment for it. But from the beginning, you need to educate people, young ladies, not to put their picture on the net. So there are a lot of catching up to do in the whole world. Technology, as my colleague said, is ahead of it, and it's going fast every day, going very, very fast every day. Then we do need regulations. Malaysia and Muslim country should come together and do that. And when you mentioned that, actually, we've got this, the Islamic, what do you call it? It's all the countries. What do you call them?
OIC. Organizational.
Islamic organization. Yeah. I think I'm going to write to them, actually. And on the agenda, every time they should thinking about having a regulation, AI regulation, regulators or AI, some sort of document which is guide the people to do that. And even with fatwa, we should think about it. And we need to think about that. And I mean, it is hard things happening. Technology very fast, and I think we need to catch up. I don't know, maybe you know better about these things. How are we going to have these things? Who will regulate that for Muslim countries?
Yeah. Okay.
I agree that we need to have regulations. I think that's one of the things that should be our priority. Without regulations, things will go out of control. I think in our life, whether we like it or not, we are living our lives based on rules and regulations. If you're a university student, you have rules and regulations that you have to abide to. So similarly, when it comes to technology, we do need regulations to ensure that we not do things that will cause more harm or cause harm to not only ourselves but also to other people. And as Professor rightly mentioned, it's up to us whether we want to abide by the rules or whether we want to do otherwise. But regulations are needed. When Prof was giving his views, I remembered something a few years back. I think in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, there was a conference held in Pakistan where a number of scholars in the area of technology ethics gathered, and they actually have come up with a basic guideline on the use of AI, ethical AI usage from the Islamic perspective. I've been trying to get hold of the documents, but to no avail at the moment. But one of the scholars who was involved is Dr. Amina, who is based in Australia, and she wrote a book on Islamic ethics of technology or something like that, published some years back, which is based on her PhD thesis. But definitely there are efforts being made by some scholars regarding ethics of AI. But the thing is, they are not, to me, they are not concerted. It's kind of like, okay, let's talk about ethics of AI, somebody does it, and then somebody else a few years later we'll probably discuss the same thing. It's like a waste of resources and expertise. I think there should be, first and foremost, a database of people who can contribute towards this, so that their expertise, their knowledge can also be referred to by anyone around the globe, especially in Muslim countries. I would support your suggestion that you would like to write to OIC. I think perhaps under OIC they have ISASCO, which is the equivalent to UNESCO. As we know, UNESCO is actively talking about AI ethics today. So perhaps ISASCO should also get on board so that they can give the Islamic perspective on AI ethics that can be guidance for the Muslim countries around the world. To be honest, I'm not sure whether they've done that. I know UNESCO is doing it, But ISASCO, I'm not too sure. 20 years ago, they were busy talking about bioethics. So I think it's perhaps now it's high time for them to also look at AI ethics, because this is the thing that should be the focus of Muslim countries to be.
If I need my, maybe as since we are gathered here, and let me answer the person, which is the young man, which is he asked me 3 months ago, what is the outcome of the conference? I think the outcomes of this workshop, maybe we can put something together and we write it to this Muslim communities student. What I can remember was we write official email from official letter from as an outcome or action point to this one. We take it to them from Malaysia, maybe somebody through your position, write it to the minister, some minister, and the minister they can upload, write it. And we write with start a committee. We start a committee, scholars around the world, and we start something like that. That one, nobody have done it before. It's going to be, I think nobody have done it before. Or if done it, they done it in a small pocket, but we do something big. And we like it, we call it ethics of AI. And we said led by Muslim scholars. When you say scholars, it could be engineer, it could be professors from anywhere. And we write the word ethics. It's the Sharia about ethics. It's the Amana about ethics. And if we work something like that, would be good. The second thing I want to say, I was asked a question, but I didn't answer all of it. Something to do with the culture. How AI going to preserve our culture? Actually, AI is a big thing for us as Muslim people to preserve our culture. I'll tell you a little bit about it. We've got a city called Mosul. And Mosul, some part of it, that the wheel was created in Mosul. And there's a family which has got their house, which is about 400 years old or more. And they don't have any pictures because the city was, because of the war, was basically was wiped off their house was wiped off and being destroyed completely. But the guy, he had sketches. So he wrote some sketches for us and he gave us a description of the house. And the house used to be like Al-Hamra, like a lot of rooms around, and there is there in the middle. And in the middle, and this is a very Islamic tradition houses. So we put it using AI and actually drew exactly how the house was looking like. The guy was crying, said it looks like our house. They didn't have any pictures, it looked like our house. So there's a lot of things which is being basically destroyed, we can preserve. And at the same time, because of the development, I'll talk to you a little bit about Najaf. You know where Najaf is? Yeah? Najaf? Karbala, Najaf? Najaf, okay. But Iraq got a lot of things, heritage from Muslim. Najaf where Imam Ali buried. Yeah? Imam Ali, he is the cousin of Prophet Muhammad, and he is the father of Al-Hassan and Hussein, Sayyida Shabab al-Jannah. And in Najaf, there are old houses, and there's only 10 left, next to where basically the mosque there. The mosque itself is a lot of engineering in it. Why? Because I just discovered 3 months ago, when the sun comes, is the qubba, it is the dome, being designed in a way that it reflects the sun, and from the reflection of the sun, we know it is actually the Dhuhr prayer and the Asr prayer. And amazing, all engineering. More importantly, there are 10 houses left there, which is 800 years old. Okay, but they have to destroy these houses because they need to basically expand that mosque. What we are doing, we are using technology and AI, using all these images to preserve them for the next generation. So for the next generation, if they want to build them, they have something to go back to build exactly similar thing. So technology can basically preserve our heritage as Muslim people. And House of Wisdom in Baghdad, and the first school, proper school, was built in Baghdad called Al Mustansiriya. It's still there. You haven't seen it. You haven't seen it. Maybe you will not ever have the chance to see it. But technology like AI and augmented reality and virtual reality let you go and visit that school while sitting here. So that technology can do the good thing. But please, as young Muslim people, let's start thinking about doing something that other people cannot do, especially the principle of the ethics of Islam. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob. So, after listening to both of you, I need to know from IKIM point of view, how do you collaborate with the regulatory body or with the government agency on making sure that this is something that they have to put some priority with to make the view, to at least to include the ethical value from Islamic point of view in the work that we're working, because it's going to be launched Q1 next year.
Okay, what IKIM does, IKIM is a think tank. We do research and then the findings will pass it on to the authorities to consider. We don't have the power to enforce, but we can give inputs to the authorities, to the ministries, to consider based on our findings what need to be included in policies, in guidelines, in frameworks. So that's what we basically do. You mentioned earlier when you were introducing me, I'm a member of NBAIC. To be fair, I was only appointed 2 months ago. Looks like an afterthought, I don't know. But I know the committee has been around for quite some time. But perhaps the ministry mostly itself realizes the need to also include IKIM so that we can give inputs. But so far, I've not received any calls for meetings. Have you? No. I haven't been called for any meetings so far. So in any case, that's the role that IKIM plays. We provide inputs when we are asked to, and also even when we are not asked to, we will give inputs as and when it is needed. One other thing that we also do, I think many of you here perhaps more familiar with one wing of IKIM, which is the radio. Okay, today when we talk about IKIM, people always remember Radio IKIM. But Radio IKIM is one section of our ecosystem, of our research ecosystem. This is where we disseminate information and understanding on contemporary issues, including AI, to the masses, so that the public can also be in the know of the things that need to be for them to be aware of. What are the issues? What are the ethical implications? What is the Islamic perspective on these issues? This is what we do basically. Aside from doing academic research, we also disseminate the findings to the masses using words that are easy for everyone to understand. We do not use bombastic words or academic words when we go on radio. So this is also a form of education, I believe, informal education, so that everyone will be aware of the issues that addressed. But going back to your question, Mr. Moderator, IKIM's role is more of providing inputs to the government. We do that in many ways. Sometimes we hold closed door meetings. We invite the stakeholders, including policymakers, to be in those closed door meetings to discuss issues, and from there, this can be taken up to the higher authorities.
Thank you, Doctor. Prof, from UK point of view, not talking about Islam only, we're talking about multiple religions. So how does the government as well as the regulatory body connect with those other religions besides Islam on, let's say, developing a new regulation, especially on this topic that we're talking today, which is AI? Do you have any thought to it?
It's the new thing now for ethics, ethics is covered everywhere. For example, when we have committee just interviewing people, I'm talking about now just in life, you have to have people from, for example, different gender. You cannot have any committee for interviewing if you don't have female there. Now they start having people from different diverse people, like for example, it has to have people from different color, not just and then they are creating committees, and actually they are inviting people from different religions to be part of this committee. So as Muslim in Britain, we are actually part of it. And after today, I'm going to push more and more for us to be involved in the putting the regulation. They will allow us to do that because they look at from different perspectives. They have open-minded in England and Britain, and they know that culture, different culture, the diverse of the religion will bring wealth of knowledge to these things. And one of the things actually I'm going to think about now about regulation. One of the things when I go back to England, we have our own conference which is part of IEEE. One of the things which I never thought about it with ethics. If I would Islam, it would be a little bit maybe sensitive the word, but if I would ethics, it will work. And then in small print, I would like maybe the ethics coming from different culture and different religion, and then you start pushing it. It's like, you know, when you have now, when you go to the airport and you have multi-faith prayer room. If you go to that prayer room, you find only Muslim people praying there. True, you know, because we do as Muslim, we are 2 billion on this planet, and we are the 2 billions. The basic thing they do, they pray. The basic. Other religion, with all my respect to other religion, I respect a lot of every religion. We a little bit out of touch. But when they look at it, we are actually the youngest religion, and they think we are the oldest religion because they think we are backward. We are the youngest religion. But I say to them, yes, fine, because at the end of the day, we go to the basic of Ibrahim, and Ibrahim is the father of all the religion. Okay, so yes, we have that, and actually because Britain are very open-minded, so they allow us to do these things. And but when I go back after what happened today, it's opened my mind to a lot of things. Another thing which is I want to ask Dr. Ahmed Zia about it. Maybe in next 12 months, yeah, in this university, it should have for the Muslim people a conference about that. The whole Malaysia having a conference about this. Malaysia as a country, you know, as a Muslim country, or as a country which is basically accepting everybody and has a lot of ethics. Maybe we'll have an international conference on ethics and technology. Just technology in general. I mean, you talked about your own specialist area where stem cells, when you take something from one to the other. So let's talk about that. And AI and robotics will be part of it. Why don't do something like that? Something big. Let's think big, you know, because we come from big background, house of wisdom. Let's think about that. And if you do something like that, I can bring you Middle East. We can talk about people from Indonesia, people from Britain, people all around the world. And we have something like that. Maybe not 12 months later, maybe 12, 24 months. And it has to come from the government stuff to push for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think now I would like to open the session to everyone. If you have any question, just raise up your hand. The mic is there. Yes, come. Say your name and your question clearly.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Wan Luqman Dewan Ismail. I'm from course Intelligent System Engineering, aka CS259, aka AI. Okay, I have one question for all three hosts. So, is any of the AI used contradicting or against Islamic principles? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, let me start a bit. Do you know that in 2019, there is a case of visual computing biasness? it was detected in the UK, where when there is a traffic camera or even airport camera, if you are a different shade from the Caucasian, you'll be flagged. So that's the first principle of Islam, where biasness cannot do that, right? So I think when the Malaysian company get that system, then they notice that the system keep on flagging everyone because we are not white. So it's a brown, black, yellow, whatever lah. So I think that's the first principle of Islam that we need to look at when we develop our 7 principle of responsible AI. In Malaysia, we're going to call that 7 principle of responsible AI. It's going to be launched soon. The first one is fairness. The system has to be fair to everyone. The system, when let's say you do credit scoring, it cannot put some biasness toward a certain society, certain segment of society. They don't even look at a document, they look at your background, your age, your race, your religion, suddenly you flag out, oh, this one cannot. So I think that is one example that I can give you, that people are correcting that globally. Prof, any, or doctor?
To be fair, so far, don't forget, AI, we are using only 5% of AI. And I can give you an example of one which is not ethical against Islam, which is the imaging software, where they take the takes actually take the cloth out of the picture of a person. And this is one thing not ethical. But one thing which is I just want to mention, you since we're talking about this. Do you know in Islam, in Islam, something that is the principle of Islam, when you die, there's only a couple of things left behind you, which is all the time, talk about. Yeah. Somebody, basically, you've got maybe a son or a daughter praying for you. And there's something which is, we say it as everybody says, especially in the West, you have to leave legacy. Yeah. They say legacy. If you leave legacy in ilm يتعلم منه. If you leave something in ilm that people يتعلم منه, or صدقة جارية. This is sadaqah all the time. Think about that, and think about, you are young people, and us as well. If we try to create something, ilm يتعلم منه, for example, al-Khwarizmi, we are learning from al-Khwarizmi. So sadaqah jariyah. So basically, he is in the al-Firdaus al-A'la, subhanallah. But he's every day we learn from him, or learn from the knowledge he left to us. So we have a big chance to be part of the regulation which is going to be put for AI and for technology. I say for all the time, for AI and technology, because the word AI being used a lot, because Industry 4.0, not just AI, there is cybersecurity, there is a lot of aspect of it. And maybe we will be the people who are developing the good part of AI and leaving the shar to the other people to develop it. And some people, they say to me, what happened with cybersecurity? People developing a lot of bad things. I say this is good because it's pushing the boundary for our brain to all the time for the good things to be done. So, yes, there are a lot of bad things going to happen in the future. I'll tell you one bad thing which is happening. All these drones which are being developed to kill people, I think this is against Islam. Any weapon being developed to kill people, doesn't matter who the people. I think this is, again, the ethics of a human being, and Islam more specifically. You're not allowed to kill people. In Islam, they say, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say it, and I just explain in English. They say, you can destroy Kaaba much easier than killing one person. Killing one person, which is basically in a bad way, So think about it. So anything being developed to kill human being, it is bad. And it's against Islam. Thank you.
Just briefly, I like the way Prof highlighted the need to focus on developing the good things. Of course, there are many usage of AI that can go against Islam. We mentioned earlier about ChatGPT. ChatGPT can be used for plagiarism. That is something that is not we should not be doing. And of course, there are things like I mentioned, the deep fakes coming up with videos that are not genuine. That is also a form of disinformation. So I think when it comes to AI, there are avenues for irresponsible people to use it in a way that goes against the teaching of Islam or any other religion for that matter. So I think it's good that that Prof highlighted the need for us to focus on developing and coming up with good things that can be beneficial not only for us but also for future generations. Prof mentioned about al-Khawarizmi. He wrote Kitab al-Jabar wal-Muqabalah with the primary intention, I believe, is to solve the problem of inheritance. And he came up with quadratic and cubic equations, which later on, this is something that we learn in schools today. But not many of us realize that it came from Al-Khawarizmi. So I think these are the things that we should be focusing on. Using this technology for the benefits of not only for the Muslim Ummah, but also for the whole of mankind. And this will inshallah be our sadaqah jariyah for our life in the hereafter, inshallah.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Syabdin bin Omar. During the course of AI engineering as well. So I'm actually quite interested, especially about the early talk about strong AI. So I want to ask regarding sentient AI, which is an AI system that is capable of thinking and feeling like a human. So in your opinion, is it possible for AI to be sentient, especially in the nearest future? And in terms of Islamic and general philosophy, how do we classify this AI system? For instance, if we are able to create this sentient AI, does that mean that we are able to create a bee? That's my first question. Secondly, Professor talked about a system that brings harm to people that might kill people. But I would like to raise some concern regarding this one issue where companies such as Disney have been using AI to decrease their workforce and have forced many artists and writers out of a job. So in both of the panelists' opinion, especially in terms of fiqh and Islamic philosophy, what is your opinion, especially in terms of the person doing the algorithm and so on? I think that's all. Thank you.
Yes. Sentient AI and how AI is taking job.
AI creating more job than taking the normal job. I'll give you evidence. You know, if it was 30 years ago and we are sitting here, I would be having my cigarette here in a nice box, yeah, and my lighters, yeah, here. But what I have now, I have my phone next to me, yeah. I put that there. How many people they need to create, to build, to create, to develop or build or design these boxes to have cigarette in it, or the lighters, and how many people they need to create the phone? Look, the good thing about it now, the more the advancement of Industry 4.0, I should not listen, guys. Let's use the Industry 4.0 term, so it's the bigger term to involve IoT and everything. The more the development every day, and the more technology we put every day, the more jobs we created. However, they are losing some of the jobs, yeah, some of the manual jobs, some of the job, for example, a little example, car park, you used to have somebody there, you have to pay when you go in for the barrier. Now it's all automated, yeah, that's one thing. But you know, for automating of that system, how many jobs being created? That's one thing. Going back to Islam, yeah, Prophet Muhammad said, من المهدي إلى اللحد, من المهد إلى اللحد. تعلموا من المهد إلى اللحد. That means when you were born, Until you die, you have to retrain yourself. So it is the Prophet said, you have to train yourself. Why? And تعلموا العلم حتى لو كان بالصين. الصين, China was very far from Middle East. He said, even if the ilm in China, go and learn it. So the answer to your question, we should learn all the time. This is the Islamic principle. More job created for us is through Industry 4.0, but we need to retrain ourselves. So now in Britain, there are 45,000, I say this minute, jobs available for high skilled, they call them immigrant. In the next 5 years, it will be 5 million new jobs in this planet, new jobs in this planet will be created. Jobs we never heard before. Before 2020, 2000, if you are database administrator, or if you database administrator, that means database developer in Oracle, that time you can earn a lot of money. But if you are Java developer, you can earn more. I used to earn in one day 500 pounds in 1998 as a developer. 7 hours. They made me sit down. 7 hours, I develop, they give me 500 pounds, tax free. I used to go to New York work. Why? Because the skills needed that time, it was object oriented with Java. What you need? You need, actually, Industry 4.0 created so much jobs for us. Yeah, we cannot even cover that job. But the problem, the skills has some specific skill and special skill which you need to learn. Our Quran and our religion said, learn more, study more, go and take the, even a lot of you been studying in America and in Britain and all that. It's like the Prophet said, go and learn it from everywhere. And mashallah, alhamdulillah, you have got a lot of universities now in Malaysia doing a lot of things. And I do believe that Industry 4.0, it came to create better job for us, better quality of life, and start merging the subject together. Chemistry engineer or chemist engineers working on philosophy. This is what we need. Mathematician working with the you will become one person. I think after in 2050, you won't have medical doctor. 2050, you won't have medical doctors. And I was with the World Health Organization. You asked me a question earlier on. I work with World Health Organization, and I was given a talk to 500 doctors. And one of the doctor next to me, you know what he presented himself? He presented himself as medical technologist. And I said, why did you say medical technology? He said, all of them medical. I am technologist, which is all I am over, more than them. So he was using the word technology. And then I clicked on my head, I am not a medic. How come they invited me? Because they need the technology. Tell me one doctor can do job without technology. Tell me. What they do data science, by the way. The way they do, all their judgment belong on data science. How do they do that? You come in and they examine you. When they examine you, they have set of data. According to that data, they have set of rules in their brain. If this and this and this, then this. If this and this and this is the disease. And then if they cannot decide, they go and bring another set of data where they send you for MRI. If it does not work, they send you to the lab. All this set of data, they analyze it to make a decision. And this is why, if you look at the past in House of Wisdom, and if you look at the Islamic scholars, they were mathematicians, but medical doctor, because they used to use rules, yeah? If this and this and this and this, and this is, and they understand chemistry, because it's all based on logic. And this is where there are more jobs going to be created, and better job for a human being to serve the human being. You won't be able to see the doctors in the future. We are 8 billion. We are going to be 10 billion people on this planet. How many doctors we are going to have? We will have the robots, yeah, will give you a lot of decisions for us. So we will be preventing the disease before it happens. So we will have less need for the doctors, and only the people will need it. It will be available for them. I hope I answered your question.
About safety AI, do you want to answer that? will there be a sentient AI being developed?
No.
I think that's things. There is possibility. I don't know. There is still something out there. Maybe this Skynet development. It's like Terminator. So yeah, it's still out there where you read about the Google stuff got fired because of that, right? I think that happened. The AI development pause happened after that incident, where everyone in the US write one strong memo to the government to say that they are pausing the development of AI so that we need so that they can manage the outcome of AI soon. But again, they're against regulation, but they want some control. We need to look at where technology is going to take us later. But for me, the city development is happening. It can happen maybe in the near future, but again, as what Doctor is mentioning, Prof has been mentioning, AI is about data. It's how you train the model. If you put bad thought to it, it's going to be bad. If you train your drone to go and bomb some neighboring country, it will bomb. But if you tell your drone to go and fertilize the paddy field, it will do that cleverly, intelligently, and smartly. So I think it's how we manage that. It's manage our technology. Looking at the time, maybe I can have one last question before I conclude. Yes.
Hi, my name is Hazira from -5968. So this is a bit. When someone wants to create an AI for good purpose, it will be considered a good AI. However, if there is any person that want to use it for bad thing, what is it considered in Islam? Is it against the law? And who will be held responsible for it? That's my question. Thank you.
I like this law thing.
I open to both of you. I think it's ethical and philosophy.
This is the law thing. 2000, my student hacked the university system. Hacked the university system. Then the police came. The police could not come inside the university. Okay, and I'll tell you about what happened with technology. So he couldn't come to inside the university because you are not allowed the police to come inside the university. The security people want to take him out. He's refusing. He said, who's the program leader? Professor, I used to be a doctor. Dr. Dia. Doctor, I came. And I said to him, what did you do? He said, I didn't do anything. I said, no, just tell me. What he did, he put, of course, the Wi-Fi not working properly there, not like now technology. He had like, he blocked his computer and he hacked the system, okay? And then he brought the university system to stop. They had to hire somebody, $5,000 per day to fix it. And he said to me, if they leave me, I will know how to fix it. Okay, look at the law. Look at the law. Then I said to him, look. I said, I went and I was trying to be big boy that time. I said to the head of security, I said, leave him, he's my student. He said, yeah, if you want to keep your job, take him out and let the police take him. The vice chancellor, very angry about it. So I think you should. So I took him outside, I gave him to the police. He went to the police, and the police released him. And the police phoned me, said, Professor, Dr. Dia, come and see us. I said, we released him because we don't know what to do. I said, what do you mean? He said, we don't know. We are, as police, we don't have the skills to know what he did. Okay? And I said to him, and I use that. I am very good in working with them. I said, why don't we train your police? So 2 weeks later, I had all the police officers in Merseyside, and we created high-tech unit, and very famous high-tech unit in the police. Now, all the police officer, and then head of the police, he said, what shall we do? I said, look, it's easy to train somebody to pick a dog, but very difficult to train your police officer to become engineer. What shall I do? I said, why don't take our student as placement and then become a police officer? And slowly, all the police force in Britain start to become people understand how to deal with technology, because the crime, 90% of the crime comes from technology. Go into your answer your things. We don't know a lot about AI and how they deal with it in terms of crime. Imagine somebody will create a little bee or a little fly, will come and will monitor you when you put your code, or come into your house and take pictures, which is not acceptable. What are you going to do about it? It will be the same as what we done with the police officer. So it's the big challenging technology, very fast. My colleague, doctors here, he said it properly. He said, we did the technology like that and ethics behind and try to catch up. And it is very difficult. I'll leave it to you.
I think Prof has answered the question actually, but I'd just like to remind everyone that when it comes to law, sometimes you are faced with a situation, let's take one very simple example, nothing to do with the eye. If you drive a car and you reach a junction with a traffic light, and the traffic light is red, and it's 3 a.m. in the morning, there's no other vehicles on the road. What do? I'm sure many of you would just drive on, right? Is that legal? Everybody says it's not legal, and yet everybody does it. That shows that sometimes when it comes to law, we do not adhere to the law because we think that what we are doing is not wrong. Driving at 3 a.m. at night, in the morning, no other vehicles, and you reach a red light and you just drive on because you feel that there's nothing wrong with it. But legally, it's not right. So I think when it comes to the usage of technology, even if there are laws, you'll meet people who will do things that are illegal because they probably feel that there's nothing wrong with it. Okay. Similarly, conversely, if there are no laws, okay, governing whatever it is that you're doing, and but if you're governed by your values, your iman, your taqwa, you'll know that you do something. When you do something that is wrong, you'll feel guilt because you have that safeguard inside of you. So I think at the end of the day, it goes back to your iman and your taqwa, your knowledge. How do you want to use your knowledge? That will be the thing that will decide on your part whether you're doing something good or bad. Okay, regardless of whether there are laws or not. The laws are there. There may be laws on certain things, but human beings are not perfect. They cannot come up with all kinds of laws and regulations. But at the end of the day, the Islamic guidance is there for us to fall back to. So I think probably that's my short response. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think we would like to conclude the session. It's very insightful. I think this is the first time that I've been into a discussion or moderating a panel looking from a different perspective of the technology itself. It's not about AI, but it's a broad technology where we're looking into the principle, we look at ethical from Islamic point of view, and how can we bring this further. I think what Prof suggested earlier, I think UiTM can take charge because there is one other university in Malaysia is looking at the ethical AI from the UNESCO point of view. I think maybe we can have that from Islamic perspective, just a guardrail, not a proper regulation, but a guideline to see why it is good for an AI to be fair, what is unbiased from Islamic point of view, what is happiness from Islamic point of view. I think with that, thank you very much for all the questions and for staying on. Thanks.
For the conversation, please remain on hold. As a symbol of our humble gratitude towards our other speaker, I would now like to invite the Honorable Professor Technologies Dr. Muhammad Rahman Masri, accompanied by Dr. Norris Saidi Sahib, to the stage to present a token of appreciation to our moderators and attendees. last one, that is Sheikh Muhammad Saifuddin, Sheikh Muhammad Saleh. Please remain on the stage for group. Yeah.
He's very nice man and he supports Liverpool.
Now we have a session with before we end our event for the day, let's capture this amazing moment with a digital angle between our positive view to our photograph.
Are you going to share these photos with us?
Yes.